Check, check, bro. Check, check, bro. Check, sige, check sa bro. Sige, bro. Sige, bro. Check sa, bro. Sige, check, bro. Check, sige, sige, bro. Bro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my immense pleasure to welcome the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Patimura University, Professor Dr. Fredio Akabesi, MPD, and the rest of the Chancellor's Provost, and also the Faculty of Laws Dean in Patimura University, Dr. Horijef Akuen, SHM Hum, and the rest of the Vice Deans. And last but not least, and all the invited guests and the joyous participants to today's international seminar, The Protection of Indigenous People through Geographical Indication Register. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a Native American proverb from the Dakota tribe that said, "We will be known forever by the tracks that we leave behind." Ladies and gentlemen, once again, have a very good morning to you all, and welcome to the international seminar of the protection of Indigenous people through Geographical Indication Register. Our event today will surely be so informative and useful to you all in the near future. So please sit down, relax, and enjoy the rest of the morning, because I hope everyone here will find it informative, very useful, and engaging. Now, to start with the event, may we all rise from our seats and pay tributes to our heroes by singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. You may all be seated. Thank you. I invite everyone here to be one in mind, body, and spirit as we praise our Almighty God for all His grace and His blessings through a prayer that will be led by a clergyman.
Mari kita berdoa sama-sama kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa. Saya akan bawakan doa secara Islam. Mohon untuk dapat menyesuaikannya. Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ilahi anta maqsudi wa ridhaka matlubi. A'antini mahabbataka wa ma'rifataka. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma razuqna hubba wa hubbak man yuhibbuka wa hubba kulla amalin yuqarribuna ilaika. Allahumma ya Allah ya mu'assir kulla asir. Yassir alaina kulla asir fatashir asir alaika yasir. Allahumma ya man la yahtaju ila bayani wa tafsir. Hajatuna ilaikal kasir. Wa anta ta'alamu wa'allimu biha wa bashir wa haqiq hajatana ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya alimu, ya qadir. Ya Allah Tuhan yang maha kuasa. Anugerahilah kami cintamu dan cinta semua yang mencintaimu. Serta mencintai semua amal kegiatan yang dapat mendekatkan kami kepadamu. Khususnya di momen agenda kami hari ini. Ya Allah, ya Arhamar Rahimin. Wahai Rahman dan Rahim pelimpah rahmat di dunia dan akhirat, yang menjadi sandaran orang-orang yang butuh, penolong orang-orang yang membutuhkan pertolongan. Wahai Allah Tuhan pemberi penentraman bagi yang cemas. Wahai Allah Tuhan pemberi bantuan bagi yang memohon. Anugerahilah kami, khususnya di kegiatan hari ini, akan ilmu pengetahuan yang membawa kami pada ketentraman hati dan kebahagiaan pada diri kami di masa sekarang dan yang masa-masa yang akan datang. Allahumma ya dafi'al baliyat. Wahai Allah yang menyingkirkan kesempitan dan menapik bala, kami memohon limpahan rahmat dan kasih sayang-Mu juga kepada junjungan kami Nabi Muhammad SAW beserta keluarga, sahabat serta para pengikut beliau sampai akhir zaman. Lalu kami memohon ya Allah, singkirkanlah segala bencana yang menimpa kami, baik kebodohan, kejahatan, dan keserakahan, baik yang kami ketahui maupun yang tidak kami ketahui. Dan Engkau Allah yang maha tahu tentang itu. Singkirkanlah dampak-dampak bencana dan malapetaka ini bagi kami umat manusia, bagi para pemimpin kami, bagi Bapak Rektor, Bapak Dekan, dan para jajarannya, para mahasiswa-mahasiswi, dan semua pegawai yang ikut serta memberikan kontribusinya, yang berbakti dengan tulus, juga bagi ekonomi kami dan mereka, juga bagi kemanusiaan kami dan mereka. Allahumma ya alim wa ya dafi'al baliyat. Ya Allah, kami sadar bahwa kemanusiaan bukan sekedar kecerdasan otak, namun ketulusan juga kehalusan budi. Maka anugerahilah kami akan hal itu dalam menghadapi ujian yang Engkau berikan, karena Engkau maha agung lagi maha mulia. Ya Allah, ya Majid, ya Allah Tuhan yang maha mulia, anugerahilah para pimpinan kami di institusi kami ini akan kemuliaan, dan semoga mereka semua bertambah kemuliaan dan keagungannya, zahiran wal batin, lahir dan batin, agar dapat melindungi dan membimbing seluruh para dosen, pegawai maupun para mahasiswa-mahasiswinya dalam keadaan aman, dalam menapaki jalan kebaikan, lahir dan batin, dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Allahumma yasir lana wa la tu'assir alaina ya Allah. Ya Allah Tuhan kami, Engkau yang mempermudah yang sulit. Ya Allah, mempermudah yang sulit bagimu adalah mudah. Engkau maha mengetahui segala sesuatu. Engkau maha mengetahui harapan dan permintaan-permintaan kami. Maka kabulkanlah harapan dan permintaan yang Engkau ketahui itu ya Allah. Ya Allah, jangan biarkan kami sendiri dengan diri kami, tanpa keterlibatan Engkau ya Allah ya Rabbal Alamin dalam kerja-kerja kami, walau sekejap. Anugerahi kami di dalam aktivitas kami, dalam bekerja, berkarya, dan di segala aneka kebaikan yang mengantarkan kami berbahagia bersama keluarga, teman-teman dan kolega kami di institusi kami yang tercinta ini. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. Cukuplah Engkau ya Allah yang menjadi wakil kami dalam segala urusan kami. Maka permudahlah kami dalam urusan dunia dan akhirat kami. Dan Engkau adalah sebaik-baik pelindung. Rabbana la takilna ila nafsa tarfata ain. Ya Allah, jangan biarkan kami sendiri dengan diri kami tanpa keterlibatan-Mu ya Allah, walau sekejap. Tuntunlah kami dengan segala amal kebajikan yang kami kerjakan, yang kami amalkan guna mencapai segala kebaikan, menjauhi segala kejahatan, lahir batin yang bertalian dengan jasmani maupun rohani. Dalam setiap langkah kami, dalam menempuh pendidikan, guna meraih aneka pengetahuan yang membawa pada kemajuan bangsa, terkhusus daerah kami Maluku tercinta. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Ya Rabb, anugerahi kami rezeki yang memuaskan kami, anak-anak kami, dan keluarga kami. Dan peliharalah kami serta hindarkanlah kami dari siksa neraka. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin.
Saya akan melanjutkan doa ini menurut keyakinan Kristen dan Bapak Ibu, saudara yang lain untuk menyesuaikannya. Dan mari kita berdoa. Kami naikkan syukur kepadamu Tuhan atas kasih dan anugerah-Mu bagi kami, sehingga pagi ini kami ada itu hanya karena anugerah-Mu. Kami bilang Tuhan baik, bahwasanya untuk selama-lamanya. Teristimewa di pagi yang berbahagia ini, bersama seluruh sivitas Akademi Fakultas Hukum, secara khusus Tuhan untuk pelaksanaan seminar hari ini yang akan dilaksanakan dari pagi sampai dengan selesainya. Kami serahkan seminar nasional ini ke dalam tangan Tuhan. Tuhan campur tangan dan memberkati. Biarlah materi yang akan disajikan untuk seluruh peserta, khususnya para mahasiswa, dapat berguna, memperlengkapi generasi ini menjadi generasi penerobos, generasi yang berjuang seperti visi daripada Fakultas Hukum, bahwa mereka tetap menjadi generasi yang berkembang di tengah-tengah tantangan. Doa hamba-Mu Tuhan, biarlah visi ini bukan menjadi slogan, tetapi visi ini terimplementasi dalam kehidupan seluruh sivitas akademik pada Fakultas Hukum, bahkan menghadapi hari-hari ke depan yang semakin penuh tantangan, hari-hari krisis ke depan, biarlah seluruh sivitas akademi Fakultas Hukum, khususnya setiap mahasiswa yang akan dihasilkan untuk kembali ke masyarakat, keluarga, untuk lingkungan bangsa dan negara ini, mereka menjadi orang-orang terdepan yang memiliki nilai-nilai spiritual, memiliki integritas, dan memiliki visi untuk membangun negeri ini. Hamba berdoa karuniakan hikmat-Mu untuk semuanya Tuhan, khususnya para pembicara dari luar negeri dan di dalam negeri, bahkan dari tempat ini pun Tuhan, hamba berdoa Tuhan memberkati, biar materi hari ini menjadi kekuatan, menjadi buah pemikiran bagi seluruh kami, khususnya mahasiswa, untuk memperjuangkan nilai-nilai kearifan lokal, untuk diperjuangkan secara hukum, dan itu menjadi identitas kami sebagai orang Maluku, sebagai anak negeri yang memiliki nilai-nilai, bahkan memiliki kearifan lokal yang dapat memiliki hak-hak hukum untuk diperjuangkan ke depan. Terima kasih Tuhan, kami berdoa untuk institusi ini mulai dari Pak Rektor, Tuhan memberkati dan jajarannya, Pak Dekan Fakultas Hukum dan semua jajaran di tempat ini Tuhan memberkati. Doa kami senantiasa dari Fakultas Hukum yang adalah rahim untuk melahirkan Unpati, maka kami percaya lewat Fakultas Hukum ini Unpati yang baru akan dilahirkan lagi, Unpati yang bersinar di masa-masa kegelapan, Unpati yang memberkati di masa-masa kekeringan, Unpati yang menerobos dalam kegelapan, karena kami tahu dan percaya sesuai visi yang telah Tuhan taruh melalui fakultas ini, bahwa ini waktunya bahwa Fakultas Hukum akan berkembang di dalam tantangan. Tantangan dijadikan sebagai peluang untuk berkembang, tantangan dijadikan peluang untuk bergerak maju dengan cepat. Oleh karena itu Tuhan, aku berdoa, karuniakan visi-Mu, hikmat-Mu kepada seluruh pemimpin di tempat ini. Dan terima kasih Tuhan, terpuji nama-Mu. Kami berdoa untuk bangsa dan negara kami, Tuhan memberkati Presiden Republik Indonesia, Bapak Wakil Presiden, dan para Menteri Kabinet. Tuhan berkati dengan hikmat-Mu untuk memimpin negeri kami menghadapi masa-masa krisis ini, karena kami percaya sesuai firman Tuhan, Ini waktunya Indonesia bangkit menjadi terang, diberkati seluruh provinsi, kabupaten, kota se-Indonesia, bahkan sampai desa-desa RT, dusun sekalipun diberkati oleh Tuhan. Keamanan bangsa ini diberkati, ekonominya diberkati oleh Tuhan. Teristimewa kami berdoa Tuhan untuk saudara-saudara kami yang sedang dilanda bencana alam, baik yang ada di Cianjur, baik yang ada di daerah pegunungan menghadapi bencana gempa atau letusan gunung berapi. Kami berdoa Tuhan jaga lindungi, berikan kekuatan kesehatan buat mereka, serta penghiburan bagi yang berduka. Tuhan memberkati setiap dermawan, donatur, relawan yang telah membantu semua pihak yang sedang mendukung dalam sepanjang proses-proses evakuasi. Tuhan memberkati. Biarlah Indonesia menjadi Indonesia yang damai, Indonesia yang aman, Indonesia yang sejahtera, Indonesia yang hidup harmonis, karena Tuhan ada di tengah-tengah bangsa kami, dan Tuhan memberkati Indonesia. Terpujilah nama Tuhan untuk selama-lamanya. Ampuni dosa salah kami, di dalam nama-Mu Bapa di surga yang termanis, yang telah mendengar doa kami di saat ini. Amin.
Thank you so much for the two gentlemen for such a heartfelt and heartwarming prayer. I hope we all can feel the grace of God through such beautiful prayers. Thank you so much. Now, before we continue on, let us hear from Mr. Yoshi Hetaria, SHMH, to deliver this report committee for this international seminar. Mr. Yoshi Hetaria, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. To the Honorable Chancellor of Patimura University, the esteemed Vice Chancellor, Deans, and heads of institution within the scope of Patimura University, the distinguished speakers, invited guests, seminar participants, and attendees who we are proud of. First of all, let us give thanks to the presence of God Almighty, because with His permission, today we can gather here to attend an international seminar organized by the Law Study Program, Law Faculty, Patimura University. Distinguished guests, the theme that we raised in this international seminar is the protection of indigenous people through geographical indication register. Indonesia in general and Maluku in particular have abundant natural resources. These natural resources grow many kinds of uniqueness, both biodiverse and vegetables, so it provides various kinds of potential for extraordinary gift of nature, so that this potential could produce various products in the fields of agriculture, plantations, cultivation, craft, and forestry that characterizes the geography where that said potential lies. The potential of nature must be protected within the framework of geographical indication products as a characteristic of Indonesian products in general and Maluku in particular. In relation to this theme, we present international, national, and local speakers, namely Professor David Price from Charles Darwin University, Australia, Professor Irene Calboli from Texas A&M University School of Law, Professor Sambu Prasad Chakrabarti from the University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, India, Professor Dr. Mas Rahma SH LLM from the Faculty of Law, Erlangga University, and Dr. Teng Berlianti SH MHum from Faculty of Law, Patimura University. Each of these extraordinary presenters will present their material in front of us so that we can add them to our knowledge, especially concerning geographical indications. Participants who attended this seminar are 750 in total, consisting of undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral students, as well as practitioners and the general public. This seminar can be held without the help of various parties. For this reason, let us take this opportunity to thank the Chancellor of Patimura University and his staff, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Patimura University, and his staff, as well as all parties that we can mention one by one who have participated in this seminar. We also convey our highest appreciation to all committee members who have worked hard for the success of this seminar. We realize that organizing this seminar still has many shortcomings in terms of event presentation, administrative services, and limited facilities. For that, we apologize profusely. Finally, we hope that all seminar participants who attended will benefit greatly from this seminar activity. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Shalom.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yoshi Hetaria, for such an insightful report for this committee. And now, nothing can be more reassuring and heartwarming than affectionate words of welcome. Thus, to formally welcome us, let us lend our ear to the Vice Chancellor of Patimura University, Professor Dr. Freddy Lewakabesi, MPD. The Professor, the stage is yours.
Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kelihatannya ini ngantuk bola ini. Ya, apalagi kalau kalah ya. Itu ngantuknya tambah gitu. Ya. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua, Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Hotu Mese, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Yang kami hormati dan kami banggakan, Dekan Fakultas Hukum Universitas Patimura, dengan seluruh jajarannya, para wakil dekan, para ketua prodi maupun ketua jurusan, yang kami hormati para rohaniawan yang berkenan hadir dalam turut mendoakan kegiatan ini, yang kami hormati para narasumber yang hadir di pelataran Fakultas Hukum ini maupun yang mengikuti lewat media online. Kami sapa secara berurut Profesor David Price from Charles Darwin University, Australia, Prof. Aaron Calbolli from Texas A&M University School of Law, Professor Sambu Prasad Chakrabarti from the University of Engineering and Management
Kolkata, India, Profesor Dr. Mas Rahma SHLM dari Fakultas Hukum Universitas Airlangga. Ini alma mater saya, Bu. Saya lulusan Airlangga juga, S3 di Airlangga. Ya, di jurusan MIPA 2000 sampai 2005, lama juga. Ya. Dan beberapa rektor terakhir ini semua lulusan Airlangga, Bu. Ya. Pak Penturi itu juga lulusan Airlangga, Pak Rektor Pak Prof Mus juga lulusan Pak Nus jurusan Airlangga. Mudah-mudahan ke depan Airlangga juga gitu. Dr. Teng Berlianti SHM Hum sebagai narasumber dari Fakultas Hukum, dan para narasumber lain yang hadir di kesempatan ini maupun lewat Zoom. Yang kami hormati panitia yang sudah menggagas acara ini. Permohonan maaf dari Pak Rektor karena beliau dengan kesibukannya tidak bisa hadir di kesempatan ini. Dan kami diminta untuk memberikan sambutan untuk dalam pembukaan ini. Bapak Ibu sekalian, para mahasiswa peserta, kalau kita memahami negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia ini, kita termasuk punya keunggulan yang luar biasa. Ya, ada 4 keunggulan yang saya catat. Yang pertama, kita termasuk negara dengan demokrasi ketiga terbesar di dunia. Termasuk negara demokrasi terbesar ketiga di dunia. Ya, yang pertama tentu diklaim oleh Amerika Serikat lah, US. Yang kedua, ya, dan yang ketiga kita. Biodiversity kita, keragaman tumbuhan maupun hewan, kita terbesar kedua di dunia. Biodiversity, ya, keanekaragaman hayati. Kedua terbesar. Yang pertama itu Brasil, yang tadi malam kalah, ya. Nah. Ya. Yang luas wilayah Indonesia itu, ini keunggulan ketiga, 15 terbesar di dunia. Negara kita luas wilayahnya urutan 15 terbesar di dunia. Ya. Dan keunggulan yang keempat, ini yang luar biasa. Populasi kita keempat di dunia. Ya, yang pertama Cina, yang kedua India, yang ketiga Amerika Serikat, yang keempat sekarang Indonesia, gitu. Dengan kurang lebih 280 juta saat ini penduduk. Nah, kita diprediksi akan menjadi negara dengan ekonomi terkuat di ASEAN dan urutan ke-10 di dunia di 2025. Ya, tidak lama lagi, gitu. Dan salah satu kunci untuk bisa kita sukses dalam kompetisi global ini tentu penguatan sumber daya manusia. Penguatan sumber daya manusia, garda terdepan kita adalah pendidikan tinggi. Ya. Ini benteng terakhir kita untuk menyiapkan generasi muda pemimpin bangsa. Dari jenjang PAUD, pendidikan dasar, pendidikan menengah, dan kita ada pada pendidikan tinggi, baik strata 1, 2, 3, adalah garda terakhir untuk kita menyiapkan SDM kita. Dan ini dibenahi melalui sistem pendidikan tinggi dengan memperkuat Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Yang dewasa ini sangat kuat dijaga, ditingkatkan kualitas dosen dengan BKD-nya, dengan kinerjanya. Terhadap apa? Terhadap pencapaian Tridharma perguruan tinggi yang dengannya akan berdampak pada kualitas sumber daya manusia, terhadap mahasiswa yang kita didik. Nah, salah satu kegiatan Tridharma itu adalah ini, seminar-seminar, baik seminar nasional, seminar internasional, yang di dalamnya akan muncul informasi-informasi yang sangat akademis, sangat ilmiah, sangat maju terhadap gagasan-gagasan yang sudah diriset, yang sudah dikaji, yang sudah dianalisis, dan diinformasikan melalui kegiatan-kegiatan seminar ini. Karena itu, di saat ini kita akan mendengar begitu banyak para pakar yang akan menginformasikan tentang bagaimana secara hukum kita bisa memproteksi kekayaan intelektual kita. Kekayaan intelektual itu bisa diperoleh dari berbagai cara. Juga kearifan-kearifan lokal kita. Apakah itu hasil dari karya-karya yang sifatnya lokal, wisdom, kearifan lokal kita maupun adat budaya kita. Nah, hari ini Fakultas Hukum sebagai salah satu fakultas dengan prodi ilmu hukum satu-satunya dengan akreditasi unggul di Unpati. Dari 97 prodi kita tetap harus applause untuk ya. Dan academic improvement, lingkungan akademik di Fakultas Hukum ini terasa. Kita masuk ke lingkungannya itu sudah terasa bahwa memang mereka unggul gitu. Nah, salah satu keunggulan itu agenda-agenda seperti ini selalu tidak pernah dilepaskan gitu. Selalu. Saya berkali-kali berdiri di sini. Dan itu dirasakan. Kita tidak usah memuji gitu. Tapi memang lingkungannya terasa gitu. Udah terasa. Baik eksternal, tentu saja yang di luar itu akan nampak jika dari dalamnya itu sudah bagus gitu. Nah, dan saya yakin kelas-kelas pembelajaran kita, ya, pembelajaran, pendidikan dan pengajaran, kelas-kelas ruang-ruang kelas kita itu sudah diisi oleh para pakar dari dari bidang-bidang ilmu di Fakultas Hukum ini, dan kemudian riset-risetnya itu akan dikomunikasikan melalui seminar-seminar ini, di mana ide-ide yang sudah dihasilkan itu akan diketahui, tetapi juga dengan seminar ini akan muncul ide baru. Akan muncul gagasan baru untuk diriset lagi gitu. Nah, kemudian dari riset itu kita menemukan bahwa ada masalah-masalah yang belum terselesaikan dan harus dijaga, difasilitasi, diadvokasi supaya kita tidak terjual hak-hak kita yang disalahgunakan padahal itu adalah milik kita, ya. Mudah-mudahan kita berharap dengan seminar ini akan diperoleh pengetahuan, tetapi juga sekaligus ada tindak lanjut untuk memperjuangkan hak-hak atau kekayaan intelektual kita untuk dilegasi, kemudian bisa diusulkan untuk paten dan selanjutnya. Saya pikir ini, terima kasih untuk kehadiran para narasumber, baik yang hadir secara langsung maupun lewat online. Semoga Bapak Ibu semua merasa sukacita, merasa bangga, dan juga bisa memberikan ilmu yang dimiliki bagi kami di Universitas Patimura, khususnya bagi Fakultas Hukum, dan semua peserta bisa mengikutinya dengan baik untuk kemajuan bangsa dan negara, untuk mencetak kader-kader pemimpin masa depan yang terbaik untuk kemajuan negara yang kita cintai ini. Demikian yang bisa kami sampaikan, dan atas nama pimpinan universitas, kami membuka secara resmi seminar internasional yang dilakukan oleh Fakultas Hukum dengan tema The Protection of Indigenous People Through Geographical Indication Register. hari ini tanggal 10 Desember 2022 secara resmi. Demikian, Tuhan memberkati kita semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Shalom untuk kita semua. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Professor, for formally welcoming us. We couldn't have done it without you. We appreciate the jokes and the new information. And now, to warm our hearts with hopeful words of inspiration, let us listen from our outstanding and handsome Dean of the Law Faculty in Patimura University, Dr. Rory Jeff Acuen, SHM Home, as our keynote speaker. Doctor, the stage is yours.
Thank you atau Dangke. First of all, Prof. David Price, Prof. Iren Kaboli, Prof. Sambu. I apologize to all of speakers because I have to present this keynote speech in Bahasa. Why? Because I think 700 seminar participants came from Indonesia. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita sekalian. Shalom. Ya, shalom atau balas, itu kan wajib hukumnya. Assalamualaikum ya harus dibalas dengan semangat. Tadi mungkin Pak WR1 sampaikan kalah bola ya. Saya tadi malam berpikir mau ngomong bahasa Argentina atau bahasa Belanda. Saya fans Belanda dari tahun 78, tapi saya sudah ramal bahwa bakal kalah, nggak pernah jadi juara. Ada WA yang masuk, Padekan nangis enggak? Kalau 78 saya nangis, kenapa? Bertabur bintang. Terhibur di 88 karena Belanda juara Eropa, itu bertabur bintang yang luar biasa. Kalau ini nggak bakalan nangis. Ya kan? Saya nangis karena ada yang terlalu lebay untuk menjadi fans sebuah negara yang kemarin kami di Belanda pun tidak ada euforia. Mereka berpikir bagaimana kerja. Mereka berpikir bagaimana meningkatkan pertumbuhan ekonominya. Iya, mereka ya bola biasa-biasa saja. Dan yang saya hormati, yang terhormat Pak Wakil Rektor Bina Akademi, Prof. Edi, untuk Bapak Ibu sekalian ketahui, Prof juga ketahui, kita dua ini nanti bersaing untuk menjadi rektor. Nah, jadi nanti kita akan bersaing di tahun depan, kita sudah mulai ancangnya, tapi uniknya kami di sini, Prof. Sebelum pemilihan rektor kemarin, mungkin ada yang masing-masing calon itu melirik aja nggak mau. Tapi kalau kita berdua plus dekan MIPA kita itu kompak. Ya, kita biasa-biasa saja saling menyapa, padahal dalam hati tahu nanti kita akan bersaing, tapi biasa-biasa aja. Kita nggak seperti Argentina, Belanda maupun Portugal gitu kan. Kita bertiga tuh biasa saja dan memang itulah yang kami harapkan dari proses pemulihan rektor di tahun 2023. Siapapun terpilih, ya kita sama-sama bersinergi untuk membangun Unpati yang kita cintai. Saya diberikan tema oleh panitia. Saya baca di sini karena saya sudah minta maaf karena saya harus ngomong dengan bahasa Indonesia. Jadi saya baca judulnya dengan judul salah satu cara mengurangi angka kemiskinan di Maluku. Nah, pendaftaran indikasi geografi sebagai salah satu cara mengurangi angka kemiskinan di Maluku. Bapak Ibu narasumber dan peserta sekalian yang saya hormati, bahwa di era 80-an sebetulnya Amerika sudah mulai berpikir bahwa yang menjadi sumber pendapatan negara bukan lagi sumber daya alam, tetapi sumber daya manusia. Nah, sehingga dalam sejarah intellectual property rights atau hak kekayaan intelektual, sudah lihat betapa gencarnya Amerika dan negara-negara Eropa tertentu, bahkan sampai dengan Jepang, mereka sangat getol untuk melindungi setiap karya, setiap hasil ciptaan dari warga negaranya. Anda bisa Facebook, Anda bisa Instagram, Anda bisa lain-lain, Anda bisa pakai sepatu Nike, Adidas, bla bla bla. Itu hati-hati karena itu memang dilindungi oleh aturan, dan Amerika sangat getol untuk itu. Karena dia berpikir sumber daya alam suatu saat akan selesai. Sumber daya alam persediaannya akan bakal selesai. Tetapi era modern, dan ini terbukti di era 4.0 bahkan 5.0, ini sudah makin hari makin gencar. Orang boleh kaya, Raffi Ahmad bisa kaya hanya dengan jadi YouTuber. Ya kan? Saya di tahun depan ini juga lagi berpikir untuk bikin podcast. Iya, dan berusaha jadi YouTuber. Saya lagi dengan tim teman-teman dari juga mahasiswa, kita mau lihat temanya dengan judulnya seperti apa. Bukan untuk jadi rektor, bukan. Kalau jadi rektor duitnya sedikit, ya Pak WR1 ya, gaji juga nggak terlalu besar. Tapi kalau jadi YouTuber berarti kita lebih kaya. Nah, berkaitan dengan tema yang diberikan kepada saya sebagai keynote speaker, bahwa indikasi geografis ini sebetulnya mungkin eh, bagi mahasiswa atau bagi masyarakat beranggapan bahwa ini biasa-biasa saja. Tetapi setelah beberapa kali kami diundang kerjasama dengan atau diundang oleh Kanwil Hukum dan HAM untuk memberikan materi soal hak kekayaan intelektual, dan di sana kita melihat terutama di KKT. Nah ini Prof, yang tadi saya kalungkan buat Prof ini di depan, ini kenapa sengaja ditaruh oleh panitia. Ini hasil indikasi produk-produk yang berkaitan dengan indikasi geografis dari Provinsi Maluku. Nah, ada halua, ada minyak kayu putih, ada tenun, dan juga ada produk-produk, ada jus, ada minuman yang sebetulnya ini hasil karya dari masyarakat kita di Provinsi Maluku. Pak Jokowi berharap bahwa pertumbuhan ekonomi itu kita memberdayakan UMKM. Nah, ini yang perlu kita berdayakan. Kenapa temanya dibilang untuk mengurangi kemiskinan? Nah, kita tidak bisa lagi memaksakan masyarakat, atau ada produk-produk di masyarakat yang sebetulnya bisa dikemas dengan baik. Saya teringat kalau saya memberikan atau saya memberikan contoh soal hak kekayaan intelektual, saya sering bilang begini, dodol Garut itu berasal dari Garut, bukan dari Rumah Kai. Ya kan? Pala Banda ya dari Banda. Memang ada jenis-jenis di Maluku ini, Prof. Berbagai jenis tanaman, dengan ada pala di desa saya, di kampung saya di Seram bagian barat, Prof. Itu kalau pala Banda itu kan dia bulat. Tapi kalau pala di desa saya di Rumah Kai itu dia agak lonjong. Nah itu. Ada salak, iya ada salak. Misalnya ya kalau saya salak pondoh di Jawa kita sering, di sini ada salak yang merah. Itu juga ada di SBB di desa Inamosol dan itu. Jadi ada sagu juga yang punya jenisnya macam-macam. Nah sehingga kenapa hari ini tema ini diangkat dan saya kebagian menjadi keynote speaker ini, karena salah satu cara untuk menumbuhkan pertumbuhan ekonomi masyarakat, terutama masyarakat di pedesaan, itu bagaimana kita mengembangkan produk-produk yang ada. Nah, Alfamart, Indomart membuka dengan perjanjian bahwa mereka bisa membuka gerai di daerah ini, tetapi ada sekian space, itu wajib bagi mereka untuk menampung produk-produk UMKM. Nah, salah satunya ini. Sehingga kita bisa mengenalkan, kadang-kadang ini paling bagus kalau ada pemerintah daerah juga nih. Nah, juga kebetulan pada Pak Wakil Rektor. Nah, sehingga diharapkan bahwa setiap kita menjamu tamu, ya jangan kita jamu dengan burger dari McD. Atau kita beli ya? Oke, nanti Ibu Prof. Mary tersinggung lagi kalau kita bilang harus produk dalam negeri. Nah, ini mungkin kita menjamu atau dijadikan sebagai oleh-oleh. Oleh-oleh bagi setiap orang, setiap tamu yang datang di daerah, baik itu di birokrat atau di pemerintah daerah kabupaten kota, provinsi kabupaten kota maupun di eh, fakultas atau di universitas. Sehingga kita memperkenalkan. Karena kendala yang dihadapi, Prof, untuk kami turun waktu di KKT itu mereka kesulitan untuk memasarkan. Nah, secara hukum mereka dilindungi. Mereka sudah meminta untuk didaftarkan, kemudian itu sudah difasilitasi oleh Kementerian Hukum dan HAM, Kanwil Hukum dan HAM, dan juga dibantu oleh para dosen atau tenaga ahli dari Fakultas Hukum. Tetapi untuk memasarkan itu yang butuh perhatian dari semua elemen masyarakat, termasuk pemerintah di dalamnya. Bagaimana kita harus mempopulerkan tenunan dari Tanimbar, karena kita akan bersaing juga dengan tenunan dari NTT, Nusa Tenggara Timur. Nah, tapi ciri khas kita berbeda. Ada ada karakter yang berbeda juga, misalnya kalau memang kita lihat di NTT itu tenunannya bentuk seperti ini, kalau ini juga kita bisa dapat di Pasar Beringharjo. Di Jogja ada tenunan seperti begini, tapi motifnya beda. Nah, sehingga dibilang kenapa indikasi geografis? Indikasi geografis itu menunjukkan dari mana asal barang atau asal produk tersebut. Jadi jangan sampai hadirin atau teman-teman sekalian melihat tenunan dari NTT dibilang itu dari Tanimbar. Kenali dan itu perlu dilindungi. Masih ingat kasus Reok Ponorogo? Masih ingat kasus lagu Rasa Sayangnya yang diklaim oleh Malaysia? Nah, ini yang kenapa kita perlu seminar, dan Anda perlu tahu, karena ini butuh perlindungan hukum. Nah, jangan sampai tiba-tiba ada orang bikin Tanimbar itu di Pulau Jawa. Lalu mereka bilang ini dari Tanimbar, padahal diproduksi di Pulau Jawa. Jangan sampai ada pala, minyak kayu putih. Saya pernah bukan berbisnis, tetapi saya punya teman, dia memasok minyak kayu putih dari Pulau Buru langsung ke Surabaya. Nah, di Surabaya dia masukkan di dalam botol dengan dia menempel merek dia, dan dia sebar masuk di supermarket di seluruh Pulau Jawa dan Bali. Padahal itu minyak kayu putih dari Pulau Buru. Nah, sehingga hadirin sekalian, ini perlu pahami dengan baik, sehingga ada pencerahan bagi masyarakat. Dari aspek hukum kita ada perlindungan hukumnya, tetapi dari aspek masyarakat bagaimana didorong agar bisa meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat sesuai dengan apa yang mereka kerjakan di masing-masing daerah. Nah, saya diberikan waktu 15 menit, tapi saya berpikir waktunya lebih banyak untuk para narasumber sehingga kita bisa saling berdiskusi. Nah, harapan kami dengan seminar ini, teman-teman mahasiswa dan seluruh peserta yang hadir bisa memahami apa yang seharusnya kita lakukan dan apa yang perlu kita galakan. Kalau pertumbuhan ekonomi, kalau yang disampaikan Pak WR1 bahwa di 2025 cita-cita kita menjadi negara dengan ekonomi yang 5 besar atau berapa besar. Nah, itu berarti bukan negaranya yang besar, tetapi masyarakatnya yang besar menunjang negaranya menjadi besar. Nah, saya kira itu, dan ucapan terima kasih atas hadirnya Prof. Harman dari Universitas Airlangga. Terima kasih, Prof. Tadi macet ya, Prof. Iya, memang begitu. Kalau Prof lihat kenapa ya, ini kelihatannya Ambon, kalau Piala Dunia ada kedutaan-kedutaan besar yang ada ada 24 negara itu ada di Indonesia, karena benderanya semua rata-rata dikibarkan seakan-akan ada kedutaan di sini. Dan terima kasih juga untuk Pak WR1, para rohaniawan dan teman-teman lain. Terima kasih sebagai pimpinan fakultas, saya sampaikan untuk panitia yang sudah bekerja keras. Sempat saya agak sedikit marah karena sebagai pimpinan fakultas ini harus dikerjakan dengan baik. kebetulan saya sebagai anggota bagian, Prof, anggota bagian dari hukum perdata, jadi kadang-kadang marah saya sebagai dekan, kadang-kadang saya sadar saya ini anggota bagian, kadang saya juga dimarahi oleh ketua bagian, ini Pak, ya saya ngomong sebagai dekan, jadi saya berlindung, Prof, kadang-kadang sebagai anggota bagian, kadang-kadang sebagai dekan. Tetapi ya puji syukur ini sudah selesai dan Pak WR1 saya sudah sampaikan untuk setiap bagian bahwa jangan bergantung dari anggaran universitas untuk membuat suatu seminar internasional. Jadi ke depan Prof, mungkin hanya bagian pidana dengan menghadirkan, karena kami sudah sepakat di Vlissingen, Belanda, bahwa nanti yang menjadi keynote speak itu wali kota Vlissingen soal penanganan tingkat kejahatan di kota. Dan beliau sudah bersedia, kita ngomong langsung, beliau sudah bersedia. Jadi tahun depan itu giliran bagian pidana, tetapi perdata pun kami sudah dorong untuk setiap semester ada satu kegiatan seminar internasional. Kenapa kami dorong? Karena hasil kunjungan kami ke Belanda, ke beberapa university, itu sudah ada jaringan yang bisa kita bangun dan mereka selalu siap untuk menjadi narasumber, dan kami berharap Prof juga jangan segan-segan untuk kalau kita minta datang ke Ambon. Dan terima kasih juga kepada semua yang melengkapi panitia, teknisi, dan lain-lain sampai dengan cleaning service. Terima kasih juga ibu-ibu dari tenaga kependidikan yang sudah membantu. Kalaupun nanti kita sarapan, Prof, ya pasti enak, Prof. Ini juga mungkin ada indikasi geografisnya di situ. Nanti sebetulnya saya sering, saya mau nggak bisa nyanyi di sini, Prof. Nanti sebentar malam saya udah simpan beberapa lagu. Nanti kita makan malam di Sariguri di Lateri yang view-nya lumayan, kita lihat lautnya. Nanti saya akan menyanyikan beberapa lagu untuk Prof. Semoga terhibur. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita sekalian. Shalom.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akuen, for such an informative bit. And now, because I feel like everyone has been feeling peckish because everyone came early, the committee will now grant a 10-minute break from everyone to finally finish the breakfast that the committee has been passing around. Thank you. Seminarnya akan dimulai dan para pembicara seminar akan memaparkan materi mereka sebagai berikut. Now, at this juncture, may we call in our moderator for today, Dr. Teresia Narwadan, SH M.Hum, to introduce us to today's seminar speaker and lead us throughout the seminar. Dr. Teresia Narwadan, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Freddy Lewakabesi, MPD, the Honorable the Dean of Law Faculty, Patimura University, Dr. R.J. Akiwen SHM Hum, the Honorable all invitees, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, our seminar will present 5 speakers. 3 of them will be joined by online and 2 of them will be joined by offline. I will introduce our speakers. The first one is Professor David Price from Charles Darwin University. He is professor in public international law and intellectual property law at Charles Darwin University. The second one is Prof. Iran Kalboli. She is professor of law from Texas A&M University School of Law. Her research interests focus on intellectual property, international trade, and comparative law. She is a visiting international honorary professor at Faculty of Law, Universitas Pajajaran. She is a visiting honorary professor at National Law University, Delhi, India. And she also a visiting professor, World Intellectual Property Organization and University of Torino, Italy. Our third speaker is Professor Sambu Prasad Chakrabarti, the advisor, Department of Law, University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, India. Our fourth speaker is Professor Dr. Mas Rahma from Faculty of Law, Universitas Erlangga. Her area of expertise are intellectual property law and investment law. To Professor Dr. Mas Rahma, please welcome to the podium. And the fifth speaker is Dr. Teng Belianti, the senior lecturer at Private Department, Law Faculty, Patimura University. Her expertise area are intellectual property law and business law. Please welcome to the podium Dr. Teng Belianti. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our seminar with the first speaker, Professor David Price. We will wait a moment. Professor Price, can you hear me?
Good morning, Dr. Teresa. Can you hear me?
Sure. Come on, please.
Good evening. Good morning, Dr. Teresa and ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? This is David Price.
Yes.
Is the sound okay for everyone? Are you hearing me loud and clear?
Yes, please. You can start now, David.
Start now?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you particularly, Dr. Teresa, for inviting me to participate in this very important seminar. And certainly I'm honoured to be back at Unpati to participate with the staff and students from the law faculty of the university. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want to talk about briefly within my presentation are those four main points on screen there. Namely, a brief introduction to this very big topic of geographical indications and what it means and what they are, putting it in the international context. I also want to give a few examples of what geographical indications are and some of their characteristics. Then I want to present briefly on a case study under Why Bother, on what is probably the best known global geographical indication, namely that of Champagne. And finally, a few words on Australia's geographical indication protection scheme. I'm going to refer to geographical indications as GIs throughout, GIs throughout. So what is a GI? And in brief terms, it's a globally recognised term, recognised internationally in international trade, and I stress the international trade, that links a product to a particular region, usually within a country, but sometimes it can be across countries, which creates its own problem. It indicates certain qualities, attributes, characteristics, certain materials that are associated with that particular region. And because of that, that product has some sort of unique characteristic because it's associated with that region. It might be because of soil. It might be because of climate. That is an area which is subject to very hot summers and very cold winters, for example. But it might also involve certain human skills that are used in making that product or creating that product. And in a legal context, a GI is a form of intellectual property right, and it's enshrined in international treaties. And because it's enshrined in international treaties, it can be protected in the laws of particular countries. And when I say protected, any violations of that protection can be subject to prosecution within the country. Now, there's an international standard for protecting GIs, and that's the World Trade Organization's agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. This agreement also includes such things as copyright, trademarks, patents, designs, new plant varieties, and so forth. Now, the important thing about the World Trade Organization's TRIPS agreement, as we know it, and let me draw your attention here, we're not talking about anything else but trade-related aspects. We're not talking about moral rights-related aspects or traditional knowledge-related aspects. We're talking about trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights and therefore GIs. So what we're talking about is trade and money, and that's the theme that goes throughout the protection of GIs and other forms of intellectual property. So the benchmark is the TRIPS agreement. But this agreement also allows for protection in regional trade agreements, but also domestic laws. Now, it must be remembered, if a country wants to be a member of the WTO, and most of the world's trading countries are 190 plus members, that country must do certain things. And one of those things is to recognise and agree to the WTO treaties, such as the TRIPS agreement, and they must also have their own laws, providing for the requirements that TRIPS requires. If they don't, they won't be a member of WTO, accepted as a member of WTO, and they won't get the trading benefits that come with it. So there's a big emphasis on that. Now, this is what the TRIPS agreement says in relation to GIs. And it's only protected by 2 articles, just 2 articles. And they give a clear definition of what is a GI. As much as I said before, indications which identify a good as originating in the territory of a member, that is the country that's a member of the WTO, or region in that territory, where a given quality, reputation, or other characteristic is attributable to that territory and area. It goes on to say that WTO members must provide interesting parties, that is countries who are upset that their GI protection has been violated, with legal means to prevent use of any designation which may mislead. What this means is that a country that's upset because a manufacturer in another country has produced a similar product can take them to court, has legal outcomes for them, can sue. So that's the first thing members must do. The second thing that members must do is to refuse or accept or cancel a trademark registration which uses a GI, which doesn't come from that region, if there's going to be some sort of confusion in the minds of the public. So if, for example, Charles Darwin University decided to produce its own champagne, which it can't do, of course, it's too hot. If they decided to produce their own champagne and call it Ambon champagne, they couldn't do so for 2 reasons. 1, we are not in Ambon. That would deceive. And 2, it's not champagne because that comes from France. So that's just 2 articles, a strong requirement there. But the next article, Article 23, does something special for wines and spirits. And not only must we protect a GI, any GI that's registered, we have to give special attention to wines or spirits which don't come from a particular area. And Article 23 goes on to say that members must be prepared to negotiate on special protection for wines and spirits. They don't have to agree, but they must be prepared to come to the negotiating table. So there's a strong obligation in the international benchmark, that is Articles 22 and 23 of the TRIPS agreement, on protecting GIs. So what recognition does is established, it's established by the laws of the country. It generally requires a registration process by that country or by that person who has a GI in that country through their country to the WTO for international recognition. And what that recognition does is basically enhances what makes that product special and what makes it different. And as already been said by an earlier speaker, that increases its value when it comes to trade and trading in it. So without that protection, the value of the GI does not increase or might even be diminished. But here's a rub, here's the thing. The recognition must be mutual. So if a country wants its GIs recognised globally for trade reasons, it must be prepared to recognise GIs of other countries. In other words, you recognise mine and I'll recognise yours. Now, if that doesn't happen, their GIs are not going to be recognised elsewhere, or it lays grounds for a trade dispute. And if you're a small country and you're not recognising the GIs of a major international trading company or trading country, you could have a major international dispute on your hands, which can be very complicated, difficult, and expensive to resolve. So there's this push to not only get yours recognised, but get others recognised. Now, as I'll come to later, this is going to have a problem on who owns. And I'll talk about this problem of all who owns a GI if it's produced in other countries. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Now, what are GIs? Now, I've listed here in front of you just a few examples from various countries of what are internationally recognised and strongly recognised as GIs. And the best known one globally, coming from France, is Champagne, a sparkling wine. Another one from France is Roquefort cheese. Italy has prosciutto, Parmigiano Reggiano. Switzerland, Gruyere cheese, Swiss chocolate. The UK, Scotch whisky. Portugal, port, or Porto as it's known. Colombia, Colombian coffee. India, basmati rice. Greece, ouzo, a spirit. And Mexico, tequila. Now, they are well-known international ones, but as you can see, there's a pattern within them. And they're all agricultural products, or mainly agricultural products, and wine or spirits. And that's what global trade in GIs really focuses on. Wine and spirits and mainly agricultural products. Sometimes a GI has to be very specific. Now, in the case of England, England has a GI for West Country farmhouse cheddar, but not cheddar cheese, which you can buy worldwide. Why is that? Because the term cheddar cheese is too general, it's not specific enough. So a requirement with a GI, it must be able to locate to a particular region and a particular area that produces a product. That's why West Country farmhouse cheddar can be recognised as GI, but cheddar, as a simple name, cannot. Now, in most countries, GIs are generally related to trademarks, and they are very similar. Remember, I said earlier that a WTO requirement, if a trademark appears to have the characteristics of a GI in terms of a particular region, it should be refused registration or cancelled. So trademarks and GIs are similar, and many countries include GI protection under their trademark laws. It's something Australia does. But there's a difference. A trademark belongs to a company and it distinguishes that company's products or services from other producers. GIs, on the other hand, are shared by all producers of goods in that region for that type of product. So GIs attach to a location, trademarks don't, they attach to a product. That's the fundamental difference between the two, even though sometimes they're sort of joined together. So what can a GI do? It can prevent unauthorised use of a registered GI by others. As has been said, it can promote economic prosperity of those who produce GIs. They can boost the country's exports. And in so doing so, they bring a certain degree of recognition of a quality product and a unique characteristics of a product. And therefore, it helps to develop consumer loyalty. And of course, it means that there's protection. There's protection by the courts. Firstly, by the courts providing damages if someone else has abused or tried to copy your GI. And that could include prohibition on that other person from continuing with their false product or even giving you considerable damages for the damage you have suffered. But it also requires government bodies not to allow registration in the first place. So they're a marketing tool. And if they're a marketing tool, they create that reputation. They increase prices. And because GIs, as you've seen the examples I've given you, are mainly agricultural-based products, foodstuffs and the like, and perhaps wine and alcohol, They can be of use for least developed and developing countries to improve their own economies and improve their trade balance. They can encourage rural development. They can sometimes preserve cultural identity and traditional knowledge. But there's a problem with that. It's not so easy as it sounds. It's not as if a country can say, oh, great, we've got a lot of things special to us, we'll get them registered. Not so easy. It requires domestic laws in place. It requires for a country to show that they are serious by having laws to protect their GIs before they ask other countries to protect them. So that requires infrastructure. It requires administration. It requires systems. It requires skills and requires knowledge about the GI. It needs to know what GIs are. But one of the issues is that a lot of countries, developing countries, just simply don't have the knowledge, the technical expertise, or even understand what GIs are and how they can work. And what do you do about items which are across a number of different countries or regions that are very similar, that have been produced for centuries and centuries? And the example I give there is feta cheese. Now, feta cheese is a white, crumbly cheese produced by mainly sheep milk, but also it can be produced from goat's milk. And most countries around the Mediterranean region, both European in the north and in the east, Greece, Turkey, the Arab countries and North African countries have produced feta cheese for centuries. So who gets the recognition of feta cheese as a GI? And that's been a matter that's been debated through the European courts for a long, long time. And eventually, Greece has been awarded the GI for feta. Now, what that means for other countries who also produce that sort of cheese is they've got to come up with a different name. They might call it white salty cheese, but they can't use feta as their GI because that has been awarded to Greece. Let me quickly move on, because I know I'm running out of time, to what Australia does. Now, Australia has over 100 wine GIs, GIs for its own wine products that it produces. But note, it also recognises 2,000 GIs from the European Union, which indicates how much pressure is put on countries like Australia that over their foundation, the 200 years of settlement, have started up vineyards and wineries and other traditional products from European sources who are migrated. So we have only 100 of our own, but we protect 2,000 European GIs. But we have a few of our own, such as Bundaberg rum that comes from Queensland, King Island cheese that comes from an island just north of Tasmania, and Bega cheese, which comes from southern New South Wales. But where our onus is protecting someone else's. We started our protection in 1995 with our Trademark Act, an agreement between Australia and the European Union on the trade in wine and the Wine Australia Act and so forth. But the main reason that we decided to protect so many European GIs was about trade. Now, Australia has been producing a very good wine, quality wines recognised globally for 150 years or more, 200 years. But we could not get into the big European market because the French would always block us, the French particularly, but also Germany and also Italy and Spain. Because we produce champagne, but because we produce other wines with European labels. And it wasn't until Australia agreed not to use the term champagne or not to use other European-wide terms, which the Europeans want protected, the European countries, European Union, and particularly France said, all right, we'll now allow your wines to be sold in Europe. So the Australian decision to sort of prohibit Australian wine growers producing something called champagne was to get access to that market, a purely trade decision. Now, as you can see, most of our wines, most of our GIs deal with wine. That's the big one. There are very few that deal with other products, and they deal it through an Australian registration system called the Australian Grape and Wine Authority. Once a wine grower gets something protected through the Australian Grape and Wine Authority, it's registered nationally, and then that product can then be submitted to other countries for protection as well. But we have to protect their product. This is what the Trademark Act says about what does Australia recognise as a GI. And you can see that that definition there is virtually identical to what the TRIPS agreement says in relation to what is a GI. And that's an indication of Australia and many other countries doing the same thing, taking the definition from the TRIPS agreement and putting it in our regulations. I might just show a few little things about Indonesia. And Indonesia is also a member of the WTO. It also exceeds the TRIPS and recognises the TRIPS agreement when it comes to GIs. You had your first trademark law in 1997, another trademark law, amending it in 2001, and your regulations, implementing regulations in 2007. Now, here's a list of some of Indonesia's GIs. Now, these are the first 4 GIs that Indonesia put on its register. The first one being Kintamani coffee in December 2008. But notice that the second GI that was registered by Indonesia was not another Indonesian product, but champagne, which it did in November 2009. Then the third one recognised was Jepara carved marble in 2010, followed by Muntok white pepper, and then Gayo Arabica coffee. So they're the first 4 GIs that Indonesia recognised. Now, I think currently Indonesia has something just under 100 registered GIs, most of which are coffee. Some are food products like peppers and mangoes and so forth. And there are also a small number of international GIs recognised. And the reason there's a small number of international GIs recognised is probably because those other countries with those GIs do not necessarily see Indonesia as a big market for their product, and therefore they don't go to the trouble of getting them registered in Indonesia yet. But note, champagne was number 2, which indicates how aggressively and vigorously the champagne producers protect their GI globally. And that's probably the right time to take me to the case of champagne. Now, champagne is grown in a particular part of France, in the northwest of Champagne, in a province called Champagne. It's a province that's full of grapes of all sorts of varieties. Champagne is just one of them. But champagne isn't just any ordinary wine. It's a sparkling wine, which is produced by what's known as carbonation to give it bubbles. It's one of the first wines, first GIs recognised well before the WTA came into existence. It's strictly controlled by a committee, a nationally recognised committee called the Comité Interprofessionnel de Vin de Champagne, called CIVC. And it controls the growers. It controls who can grow this product and produce this product to get the name champagne. But look at this. The Champagne area is just 0.4% of world vineyard area and only 4% of France's total vineyard area. But it employs 30,000 people, increasing to 150,000 people during season. Champagne is exported to over 190 countries, and it's 13% of the world consumption. But look at this, 4,600 growers, 33,000 hectares under champagne vines. But look, 270 million bottles are produced per year. 320 bottles are consumed 142 million bottles of champagne in France alone, and 180 million bottles exported. The domestic value is 2.6 billion euros, and I'll let you do the sums, assuming that a euro is worth something like 15,000 Indonesian rupiahs. The global market for champagne is 5.5 billion euros. So to the end, that's worth over 8 billion euros to the French economy. And this is France's second most valuable export industry. So I hope you can see why France sees that champagne as a GI is so valuable in trade terms and economic terms and in terms of economy that it must be protected and protected vigorously. And Australia does it. The Australian impact was, that is why we changed to outlaw Australian wine being labelled as champagne. What about preserving traditional knowledge? Yes, it can, but the product has to be produced by traditional processes. It has to be characteristic of traditional knowledge. And sometimes, however, that can be a product, because sometimes the traditional knowledge that people have, a particular village or a particular community or particular society has, may be restricted on who's allowed to know it. This happens in Australian Indigenous cultures. Sometimes that knowledge is such that it should not be commercialised because it may be sacred or it may be highly moral. So it is a great way, a GI is a great way to protect some aspects of traditional knowledge or cultural heritage, but there are also limitations to it. Sometimes that traditional knowledge has already been exploited elsewhere, overseas, or in the country elsewhere, because it might have a great sounding name that people will think will be a great marketing tool. So that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope has given you a little bit of background, because I know I'm up for time, a little bit of background on what is a GI, the international requirement for GI protection, the obligation to protect others as well as protecting your own, an example of how valuable a GI can be if it's internationally famous and well protected, such as champagne. If I had a glass of champagne with me, which I don't, I would toast you all and thank you very much for the privilege and honour of just giving you a few words about GIs from my perspective. And Teresa, at that point, I'll hand back to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, David Price. Ladies and gentlemen, for the information, I will read the summary in Bahasa after the speaker presents his topic, and the question and answer session will be available after the fifth speaker presents her topics. Now, let me read the summary of the first speaker in Bahasa. Menurut Prof. David, indikasi geografis mengindikasikan kualitas reputasi yang berkaitan dengan asal geografi suatu produk. Kualitas ini dapat terkait dengan iklim dan juga dengan tanah. Dari sudut pandang internasional, indikasi geografis dilindungi baik dari perjanjian-perjanjian internasional maupun dari hukum domestik suatu negara. Secara internasional, indikasi geografis dilindungi dalam TRIPS Agreement, selain juga dilindungi dalam perjanjian bilateral. Tujuan dari perlindungan indikasi geografis adalah untuk meningkatkan nilai jual suatu produk. Suatu negara harus memiliki sistem untuk mengidentifikasi produk indikasi geografis dari negaranya maupun juga dari negara lain. Beberapa contoh indikasi geografis dari luar negeri adalah Prancis, Champagne, United Kingdom, Scotch Whisky, India beras basmati, dan Meksiko tequila. Indikasi geografis dan merek merupakan hal yang berbeda walaupun sepintas nampak mirip. Indikasi geografis mengidentifikasikan asal suatu daerah, sementara merek mengidentifikasi asal perusahaan pembuat suatu produk. Indikasi geografis menjadi bernilai. Salah satunya dapat membantu produsen untuk menemukan konsumen yang loyal. Selain itu juga dapat meningkatkan kehidupan ekonomi dari si produsen. Pada negara berkembang dibutuhkan infrastruktur selain peraturan perundang-undangan untuk melindungi indikasi geografis. Perbedaan yang signifikan antara perlindungan geografis di Indonesia dan di Australia adalah di Australia indikasi geografis dilindungi pada produk yang berasal dari alam. Sementara di Indonesia perlindungan indikasi geografis tidak hanya diberikan pada produk yang berasal dari alam, akan tetapi juga diberikan pada produk yang memiliki keunikan hasil tangan manusia seperti mebel Jepara. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are continue to the second speaker, Professor Sambu. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And I have introduced you before that you are from Calcutta, India, and now time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak in this very important and pertinent discussion and conference. And I feel myself privileged to be a part of this particular program. I would like to share my PowerPoint presentation. Let me check whether it is possible. Well, I'm not finding yeah, just a second. Yeah, here it is. Am I visible with my slides?
Yes, we have
Well,
already.
thank you so much. Well, the topic that I'm going to discuss will basically focus about indigenous peoples, their rights, what they have done, and what they are supposed to get, and how geographical indications is going to help this entire cause. I'll start my slide here. Yeah. Before I go into the discussion that I'm particularly, focusing on for today, let us identify what we have done to our world and what we have actually been facing in the last 100 years, for example, and more particularly, what is the problem that the indigenous communities all across the world, whether it's in Australia, in Canada, or even in Indonesia and India, they're facing. Now, this is a global fact sheet that I have for you to just keep in your mind. More than 90% of big ocean fishes have disappeared. 60% of wildlife is gone in the last 50 years only. 81% of freshwater species, well, is no longer there. More than 64% of wetlands is gone. 3,500 languages have got extinct. Another 1,500 languages are near extinction. So this is where we stand, and this is what we have done to our earth in the last 100 years. In the recent 25, 30 years, especially, after the Stockholm conference, we have identified that what we have done to our nature is something which was not right. And we moved into the so-called certain developmental parameters, and we try to introduce a certain sustainable development ways of doing so, and we nomenclated it as the Sustainable Development Goals. We are all aware of the 17 goals that we are all in. Some of the major, contributors to this particular debate, discussion, I would like to refer the name of Professor Darrell Posey. Graham Datfield is still here. Darrell Posey is no longer with us. Dr. Debal Deb, Nirmal Sengupta, Annie Paulina are some of the warriors who are still standing strong against this injustice that's happening, not only against indigenous people, their knowledge, but also our world, the nature. The question that we have to look into is whether we still require the knowledge that indigenous people have been having and sharing and developing for thousands of years. And in this regard, I would like to focus on 4-5 things. One is majority of the pharmaceutical companies are moving into natural products, same with cosmetics. Many designs and patterns are counterfeited, copied without permission of indigenous communities. So there is a huge cultural, deprivation, and that has these misappropriation are happening on a regular and rampant basis. Another important aspect is we are just not, taking care of the climate change management that we should be taking, and what lessons that we can learn from the indigenous and tribal communities is something that I think we still need to focus upon. Now, if we take this entire world and we take us into consideration, it's very difficult for us to find anything in this big, broad world of ours. With especially the knowledge and the formal knowledge that is being provided. Now, this picture talks about and depicts about that some of us who have been born and brought up and have been repository of this knowledge, the knowledge that we have got from our ancestors. Well, it is known to some of us, some of the tribal and indigenous communities. Now, what's happening is, well, this picture depicts about some medicine where we have these plants, but it's not about it's basically a reflection of what's happening, whether we call that biopiracy, whether we call that misappropriation of knowledge. Now the question is, how do we prevent this from happening? Or in other way, how do we really provide some economic rights to these communities, these people who have been parenting these knowledge, who have been carrying out these knowledge as a part of their system, as a part of their livelihood. And the 2 pointers that I'd like to highlight here in this particular slide is acknowledgement of what the communities have been doing is not something which is superstitious, which is not something which is outdated, but something which is the basis of our civilization, something which is still the basis of lifeline to millions and millions of people, not only the indigenous community, but the knowledge that the indigenous community have given is being used for all the world, whether in the form of medicines or cosmetics or many other things that I've spoken about in my last slide. And secondly is, how do we protect their economic interest? Now, the reason why I'm focusing on this economic scenario is because slowly and steadily, a lot of indigenous livelihood mechanism is diminishing. We are no longer to put it this way, we're not losing the indigenous communities per se. The members are there, their children are there. But what we're losing is that they are not practicing their ancestral livelihood experiences, and they're moving out from their cultural aspects. And this is one of the reasons why it's important that we need to keep this particular traditional knowledge or cultural expressions to be still there and continued. And that's the reason why we need to incentivize that livelihood skills, and we need to develop a mechanism which is called access and benefit sharing mechanism. So that should be a win-win situation for both the stakeholders, one who are the repository and the other who are promoting this to the world at large. So this is basically the backdrop. Now, the various models that I'd like to discuss today in this pertinent discussion is to what extent internationally we have achieved the target. How protected are the indigenous communities? How economically supported the entire legal system is? Now, the first model is I've nomenclated it as the blanket protection model. Now, this blanket protection model, I'll talk more about it a little later. The second model is the access and benefit sharing model. A lot of people have come across this. I'll talk more about this also. The third one is the repository model. The fourth one, the subsidiary model, subsidiary to intellectual property, like that of GI, trade secrets, and others. The fifth one is the domestic law model, or which is called the sui generis model. I refer to Graham Dudfield. He has always promoted this model. Now let's have a little idea about what these models are talking about. The blanket protection model is basically, which germinates and emanates from the TRIPS agreement. And if you look into the TRIPS agreement carefully, you'll find that patent, trademark, copyright, even geographical indications have been, the principles have been clearly demarcated. And many domestic countries have actually taken that particular law and implemented that, including that of India. But when it comes to protection of indigenous or traditional knowledge, there is no such formal standards that has been reflected, even when it does today. If you look into World Intellectual Property Organization website, you will find that it does acknowledge traditional knowledge, but there is no strong blanket protection as it has with other cases like designs and others. Even when initial efforts were taken by WIPO to formalize traditional knowledge, subsequently, it did not materialize. The second model that is there is the access and benefit sharing model. Now, this it's quite surprising to see an economic model which actually promotes access as well as providing economic benefit to indigenous communities in a convention which is actually meant to protect the environment. So this convention of biological diversity is one of such convention which actually acknowledged that tribal peoples, indigenous peoples are integrated with nature, integrated with environment. So this is something which is an amazing feat that I must say is there. And subsequently, the Nagoya Protocol came up, which also acknowledges the importance of access and benefit sharing. In India, we can see that there is the Biological Diversity Act, which also provides specific provision for access and benefit sharing. At this juncture, I would like to say that the Indian model has not been very successful when it comes to finding out some good amount of money from this. I have a proposal also lined up how to improve and improvise on the access and benefit sharing models, and not only from the Indian context, but all across the world. I'll come to that a little later. But this is the second model, which talks about protecting the economic interests of the indigenous communities. The third model is also a very interesting model, and it came from India. Let me clearly depict this. This is called the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library. And what happened by developing this digital library is it acted as a repository of all the traditional knowledge that is there, that is still used, that has been used, which are even used as sacred, secret, and many other forms of traditional knowledge, which are diffused. Everything, whatever is there within this particular repository that cannot be pirated, that cannot be pirated, if I'm allowed to put it that way. And this is actually a very interesting model. And there are some other countries who have started picking up this particular model, including that of WIPO. WIPO now supports this model and is trying to develop something in furtherance of this. Now, domestic patent laws are now being created to incorporate whether any previous knowledge which is already there is tried to be patented, that can be abrogated. Those patent applications will not be honored. So these are this is another model that I was talking about, the repository model, which is now becoming popular the world over. The fourth model is called the subsidiary model. Now, this subsidiary model is subsidiary to the intellectual property rights, which is there. There has always been a dichotomy, especially when somebody enters into formal education of intellectual property and tries to overlap or try to understand where traditional knowledge fits into this entire domain of intellectual property, and finds that there is no specific provisions protecting them. There is a tendency of protecting traditional knowledge indirectly, whether a question comes up like, whether traditional knowledge can be protected under the patent system, and the copyright system, and the trademark system, and the trade secrets or geographical indications. And today, if we all agree on this particular point, we can see that yes, it can be protected, even when it is not possible to the extent that it should have been, but it is to some extent possible by geographical indications, which is basically the subject matter of this international conference. But this is the model that I would like to highlight, the subsidiary model. Now, the sui generis model, which is basically the fifth model in this particular discussion, is a model which promotes that the domestic law develops its own mechanism to protect traditional knowledge. And this is also popular in many jurisdictions nowadays. I think even Kenya started with one such thing. We have a lot of indigenous laws being protected in the domestic sphere, even in India's geographical indication laws. So this is another model. So these models are there in existence to protect the economic benefit of the tribal peoples and the indigenous peoples. And still, we are in a very difficult scenario. As I told you, we are losing a lot of biodiversity. We're losing a lot of traditional knowledge. We're losing a lot of a lot of cultural expressions, like, and we are still trying to find out ways by which we can actually address this particular problem. And I think, geographical indication is something which can give a good answer to this particular issue. It did to some extent in India. I can see in the last few years that's happening in our country is that the central government have been investing a lot. Even like, if you look into the World Health Organization website, you'll find that this year in the month of March, around 250 million US dollars have been invested by India to develop a traditional medicine center and research. So that is one way of dealing into this problem of extinction and discontinuation. Another way, which is also a very popular way, is by protecting small indigenous things that we have in local parlance. But there is a problem in that thing as well. The question is, when you're going for geographical indications, we're trying to find out that this is something which is traditional, which is original, and this has been continuously used, and that is something which is very focused to a particular geographical location. But then again, there have been complications. There have been cases where more than one jurisdiction, political jurisdictions, have been trying to claim a similar product to be protected under GI. There are other technical issues also, like to what extent that particular product, which is claimed to be original, is actually original. The question that has been raised in some cases that we can see here is the problem between traditional and original. Some people who are getting this geographical indications of certain products, some communities, some even NGOs. What is happening is that a lot of complications are coming in. A lot of investors are trying to invest in those products, and now a product which is supposed to be very locally generated are now being generated and produced in various other jurisdictions, because the market has increased enormously of certain products. And it is very difficult in the absence of a very strong mechanism to prevent all these things happening. As we can see, that geographical indication is in a very nascent stage when it comes to protection of traditional knowledge. And also economic rights of indigenous communities. But let me tell you that this is not only limited within specific protection of traditional knowledge. It can be even contemporary knowledge, as you can see in various other geographical indications and its protection. As a matter of fact, I would like to highlight here in a minute that geographical indication, when it was created and formed, and was made a part of the TRIPS agreement, it was never intended to be something which is made to protect traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge. It was meant to protect the economic interest, as Professor Price have correctly indicated when he started his discussion, that it is basically an economic version of protection of certain products which were there. And rightly so, the examples that we can see and commonly used are basically in furtherance of protection of certain European products and locations, locational producers. But what happened is that our countries, the countries which are not actually dominating the intellectual property policy, policy regime, we have actually taken advantage of a law which was not actually meant for us. and we are doing good with that. And that is how, geographical indications have become so popular, not only in India, in Indonesia, and not only in Australia and other countries, but many other countries, like, even Professor Price stated that this protection of traditional knowledge through geographical indication is important. Now, I will come to another very interesting discussion here, and this discussion is about whether geographical indication have a particular extrinsic and intrinsic aspect to it. Now, here I would like to talk about this very pertinent problem that we're having. And the problem that we're having is that, and I think that's going to be a problem in the years to come, because of the sui generis nature of geographical indications. We can now see that geographical indication enactments are coming up, and many jurisdictions are at liberty to make their laws on GI, and that is something which may, cause some sort of problem in the years to come, because it can happen in another 10 years down the line that the geographical indication protection model is completely different from one place to the other. And I think, that is something we have to be very careful about before we take the sui generis model into geographical indication. So we need to have a check on the limits of dilution, and that's something which is very important. Now, coming down to India, I think this is something which I'd like to say, that all across the country we are having a lot of geographical indications being protected and promoted, and that is becoming very popular. Now, there are two things that I'd like to say. What and to what extent, we are getting protected. Now, indigenous peoples needs economic protection. This economic protection would actually protect the knowledge of these communities. And as we know, that there are a lot of investments being going on all across the world, and especially the third world country and the developing countries are getting more and more investments. And more investments would actually, lead to a lot of, overlapping of indigenous products and, invested, producers and things. And already we are seeing, some complications. Already we are seeing that some of the communities are getting, complicated problems with the government. And the government is also in a very complicated position, because now they are being I'll just try to identify a particular problem that is happening in India right now. Number one, some investments have been incorporated, and this particular investment has actually promoted creation of a small scale industry. And now what has happened is that it has actually contradicted some tribal people's knowledge and their particular perspectives of discussions, and they're having a big standalone fight, and now the government is in a very precarious position, whether they would return the entire money that they've got in furtherance of this investment, or they're going to go for their electoral priorities of getting the vote from the common people. And this particular problem is now being seen in many other countries also. And this is the model that I'm proposing at this moment, is that if we can have a precluding or an exception clause in the model investment treaty that we generally have, then these type of issues can be resolved. Maybe, on another day, we can have another talk. This is a completely huge, a discussion. Another model which I would like to highlight, because I'm running out of time. I'm just running through my slides. Now, this is how we can actually improve the access and benefit sharing model. Now, as I told you a little earlier, that the CBD have introduced this access and benefit sharing, which is very important for our indigenous communities, because we need money, we need to carry on investment to continue the indigenous practices. But if you take into consideration the Indian scenario, which I told at the very inception, is very critical. And in India, what we have seen is that after Nagoya, the convention, the Biological Diversity Act came up in 2010-11, and then the Biodiversity Board, the various funding agencies, funding models which came up. And the total amount of money that India gathered, just this data is around 6 years data, just before the pandemic initiated, and from when the board started developing the model of earning money to provide benefit to the communities. The total amount of money that they could actually gather out of this particular model is close to around 44 lakh in our Indian currency, which is approximately a little more than what the the vice chancellor of a particular university in India earns in one year. So just imagine the challenge that this particular model is having. And how do we really develop this particular model? Now, one proposal that I have thought of talking about, maybe people who are interested can take this research forward. In India, we have a law which deals with the companies. And the company law provides a mandate for sharing some amount of money for corporate social responsibility. And the model that I'm trying to propose is that these pharmaceutical companies, I'm just and particularly talking about pharmaceutical companies, these pharmaceutical companies who have been involved in many cases of biopiracy, if we can have a mechanism by which we can look into those products which were actually biopirated and the amount of money that they have got, and if we can make this particular mechanism functional by telling that the corporate social responsibility fund that this particular company is supposed to use for any purpose that they wish to will not be permitted, but that amount of money, or a part of that amount of money, must go to those companies, that particular fund, or those for the benefit of those communities from where you have got this knowledge. And this is not a retrospective proposal, but a prospective proposal. So it does not have a problem per se. So it's basically about a win-win scenario. Now, very recently, I was also a part of the biodiscovery bill, which is now in discussion in Western Australia. I propose this particular model. Maybe they can come up with something interesting in this regard. Now, it is important that we keep on, promoting indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, and its relevance to this world. And I think it's important that we can generate this awareness by promoting specific subjects, specific, courses and programs, and integrate it with various, school level, graduation, and even post-graduation level. A lot of PhDs are now being done on this area. So that portion, I think, it's fine. But I think many universities should come up and try to integrate a subject into the main stream. Say, for example, if there is intellectual property law being taught in the law course, there should be a 2-credit proposal for indigenous and traditional knowledge. This is just a proposal that I have for not only the university that they say, for example, already I think the university where Professor Price worked, they have some of the courses in Charles Darwin. I think there is another one which came up very recently in UK, in the University of Aberdeen. They have very recently initiated this specialization, I think, in the master's level on indigenous and traditional knowledge. So I think, these type of things can really be the game changer. And it's important that we all, try our best. And it's only time that can test us. And let's see whether we can all do it together. Like, we have to restore language, dance, art, culture, from the perspective of biodiversity and ecological services. We need to restructure wetlands. We need to, do a lot of climate action. We need to keep on, promoting the ABS, or access and benefit sharing model. And I think it's important that we come all together and, take this discussion forward. Well, thank you once again, everybody. I think, geographical indications is certainly one way of achieving this end. I hope this discussion is helpful for this entire audience. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Professor Sambu. And ladies and gentlemen, let me read the summary of Professor Sambu's presentation. Beliau mengangkat tema masyarakat adat dan pengetahuan masyarakat adat. Pengetahuan masyarakat adat yang terkait dengan indikasi geografis adalah contohnya pada kosmetik ataupun pengetahuan untuk meramu obat-obatan. Melalui indikasi geografis, hak ekonomi masyarakat adat atas pengetahuan tradisionalnya dapat dilindungi selain tentu saja memberi ruang untuk masyarakat adat berbagi pengetahuan mereka. TRIPS Agreement sendiri tidak mengcover pengetahuan tradisional sebagai objek perlindungannya. Di Indonesia, pengetahuan tradisional itu seharusnya didokumentasikan guna mencegah terjadinya pembajakan. Kemudian, jika dalam TRIPS Agreement belum dapat mengakomodir perlindungan atas pengetahuan tradisional masyarakat adat, maka alangkah baiknya jika negara yang bersangkutan menyusun sendiri peraturan untuk melindunginya. Misalnya pada peraturan yang terkait dengan investasi, tetap dimasukkan pasal-pasal mengenai perlindungan pengetahuan tradisional masyarakat adat, sehingga keberadaan pengetahuan tradisional itu dapat tetap terjaga. Atau di India, salah satu jalan untuk melindungi pengetahuan tradisional masyarakat adat adalah mewajibkan perusahaan farmasi untuk melakukan kewajiban tanggung jawab sosialnya dengan melakukan bantuan penelitian biodiversitas. Di India, hal ini diwajibkan pada Undang-Undang Biodiversity guna melindungi pengetahuan tradisional dari masyarakat adat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the next speaker, Professor Mas Rahma. To Professor Mas Rahma, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before starting my presentation, I would like to say hello to Prof. Sambu. Hello from Indonesia, Prof. Sambu, and also Prof. David Price. And then I would like to say special thanks to University of Patimura to invite me to be the speaker here, and particularly for the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Dr. Rory, that invite me to be the speaker today. And special thanks to the committee of the seminar that the seminar can organize very great international seminar today, particularly for Dr. Teresia who contact me to be very long connection communication about for the seminar. Special thanks as well for the Prof. Mary, perhaps in another room, Prof. Mary who picked me up, yeah, and have treated me to go around to Ambon and also to have very special lunch yesterday, and I really enjoyed Ambon. It is my first time to come to Ambon, so I'm very excited, yeah, to be here to give the presentation. Okay, let me to stand up because I would like to communicate with the student here because most of the participant here is a student. So let me just connect closely to student here. It look like you are my children. And actually, I also want because just to have a very short biography about me that I'm intellectual property professor, and according to the next, according to the, perhaps it is not clear enough to look at the Ministry of Education and Culture degree about my professorship, that according to the degree that I'm the professor of intellectual property, so it is special one, perhaps it is the first professor in intellectual property according to the degree, because some expert of intellectual property in their professorship degree is they are the professor of law in jurisprudence in ilmu hukum, yeah, only ilmu hukum in their degree. But my professorship degree is specifically state it is intellectual property area. It is short about me. So why I want to stand up here, because actually I want to ask you about this question. It is always the first slide that I want to share to the audience or to the student when speaking about intellectual property. Do you see something wrong about this question? If you give me the correct answer, I will give you OFO point. You have OFO? Yes, okay, it's great. So if you can correct, you can answer, yeah, this question in a very correct way. So I will give you OFO account 50,000. Enough? Okay, I will give 2 for the student who can answer this question in a correct one. So you see, it is no. You see, it is not wrong question. No. Is there any different answer you have? The question is about that, can I patent my copyrighted trademark? Yeah. I have, as a intellectual property professor, I have like obligation to give the understanding of about intellectual property, including geographical indication. Perhaps in this morning you have some very excellent explanation about geographical indication, but I want to give you the very basic one, about what is actually the geographical indication. That geographical indication is one of the intellectual property. The intellectual property includes some area. It is include patent, copyright, and trademark, and many more. And then back to the question. So do you see any problem for this question in a slide here? Can you see? Patent, the keyword here is patent, copyright, and trademark. In bahasa, we can say that, dapatkah saya mematenkan hak cipta merek saya? It is in bahasa. So you see the wrong one in this question? 50,000, please, in your OVO account. 50,000 is enough to buy what here? McDonald's, yeah, KFC. Okay. Do you see? Speak. Please speak up. Just speak up. I will give, it is wrong or not, I will give the 50,000 to whom can speak up here. Please speak up. Okay? You? Okay, please try.
In English? Good morning, everyone. First, thank you so much for the chance given to me. My name is Gil from Faculty of Law. So what can I add for this question is about someone that who want to patent his copyright legally. So he want to, patent something that he made legally, so people can use, can use kayak gak bisa dipakai sembarangan gitu, excuse. So it's legally harus have, if someone want to use his trademark, have through some permission. I think that's it. That's all I can catch on this. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I just want you to have like, the intention to speak. Yeah. There is no afraid to speak up. Yeah. In a forum, it is like the train, yeah, to the student as well. And according to your name, sorry, Chief Teo, yeah. Okay, it is the question to make the intellectual property, to make the copyright or trademark or patent to be legal, yeah, legal, to have the legal protection. Perhaps other don't go. After the end of the, I will add your OVO account. Yeah, 50,000 is enough for you. Yeah. Okay, another one. Okay, I will give 100,000 if you can give the good answer, and what the correct one. Just try. Wrong or not is okay. So, have any other? Because I will have a limited time to speak as well here, because perhaps only 30 minutes to speak, but I need to have like the basic foundation to student here, because most participant here is a student. So I think it's good to have the basic one for the student. Have you what? No? Who has? No? You what? No? So 100 is not interesting, yeah, for you. Okay, just speak, Mbak.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First, from this case, actually, this is related to a friend right there about the problem with the question. From this case, I thought about how there is no clear procedure how to get an actual how, like, let's say there's this traditional product and there's no clear legal standing or law procedure to get their right to from the product for their name. So I thought about how this is related to the law procedure about the traditional product, for especially for indigenous or masyarakat adat, to have that right about their traditional product. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Give applause. Yeah. Can no one dare to have opinion here? Different one? Still 50,000. Yeah, 50,000, 50,000, 100. 50,000? No? You have 50,000. It is serious. Serious. I will add your account. No? No? In Bahasa is okay? In Bahasa is okay? You can? No? Okay. I close, yeah? Close? No, okay. Okay, actually it's a very good, yeah, very good deal for you to, yeah, just to say, yeah, to speak up. It's a train, yeah, it's like a training for you to speak up in a forum. Sometimes you have to have a brief enough, yeah, to speak. Okay, so I close that one. And I will go to my my presentation. Yeah. Next, please. Okay, so actually, the question, the answer of the question is wrong. Why I say wrong? Because in the question, the people who have the question scramble the intellectual property into one piece. Actually, intellectual property has many, has a range of the wide range of area. Yeah, we have in an intellectual property hak kekayaan intelektual in bahasa. Ya, intellectual property consists of patent, consists of copyright, consists of trademark, consists also geographical indication. So geographical indication is the part of intellectual property. Jadi hak intelektual itu di dalamnya ada juga indikasi geografis. Itu ya, jadi jangan bingung. Okay, so we have the intellectual property, we have about seven area of intellectual property in Indonesia. Next, and we have also, next please, the regulation. The regulation is here we have about 7 regulation that for geographical indication we regulate in trademark act, trademark in act number 20 in 2016. The geographical indication in include in trademark and geographical act indication act. Next. So about what is GI? Apa itu indikasi geografis? So Professor David Price have already explained about that one, but I just give the very short information about the definition of the geographical indication. Next, please. It is the example of geographical indication. In the first one, the first geographical indication in Indonesia is Kopi Kintamani Bali. Ya, jadi kalau geographical indication is the indication to be given to the specific, specific and unique product that it is because of the geographical aspect of the product, and it is related to the area. For instance, Kopi Kintamani Bali. Ya, kopi Toraja, kopi Gayo, selalu ada daerahnya gitu ya kalau geographical indication. Okay. Next. Okay, it is the example, still the example of geographical indication. Next, please. And about the definition, we can see in Article 22 of the of the TRIPS. It is the international standard for intellectual property. So intellectual property has the international standard, and Indonesia has to follow the international standard because Indonesia has ratified TRIPS, that it is included in the establishment of WTO agreement. So we have to adopt all the standard and the requirement in TRIPS into our national legislation. So according to TRIPS, the geographical indication is the indication that it is is identify a good as the originating in the territory, that it is in good quality, reputation, and characteristic. Okay, next. The definition in Indonesian, we can see in an Indonesian Trademark Act that it is similar to the TRIPS, because we also adopt the TRIPS, so it is similar to TRIPS. The geographical indication is sign that it is indicate the place of the origin of the good because of the geographical environment factor, including the people and the combination, give the special characteristic for the product. Next. Now, in the presentation, I would like to focus on the prospect of actually we have very wide range of the geographical indication product, and in Ambon, in Maluku, we have a lot of geographical indication. In this, here, it is the display of the product, that the product consists of geographical indication of the Moluccas and Ambon. For instance, here we have what is here? Honey from, I don't know, from the specific honey here. And we also have the very common in Ambon is the eucalyptus oil. Very very good one. Eucalyptus oil is from Ambon and Malucus. And we have a lot of pala also here. Pala, we nutmeg. Nutmeg also is the pala banda is a special one. But I would like to to show another product of geographical indication, not only based on the agricultural product, but also cultural product. And I would like to to have the perspective that batik as a special cloth of Indonesian to be protected under geographical indication, particularly the batik Ambon. Batik Ambon. So Indonesia has many diverse batik craft with unique characteristic, not only the pattern, but also the way to make the batik, the technique, and the design, yeah, of the batik, including the some material used for making batik. Next. So we can see that we have batik Indonesia. Next. And according to UNESCO, that Indonesian batik is one of the cultural, yeah, indigenous cultural heritage of humankind from Indonesia. Yeah, we have to proud of this, yeah, because batik is one of the UNESCO, yeah, UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage from Indonesia. And next, that's why we have 2 October, yeah, as the Batik Day, yeah, because 2 October 2009, UNESCO give listed our batik as the cultural heritage of humankind, intangible cultural heritage. Next. And we have some unique design. It is traditional one. Next, parang we call in Java. We have parang. We have a lot of design. It is only parang. We have kawong, pattern. We have also sidamukti in Java, in Java. But next, and we have a lot of product included the patent, the batik patent, include into the product. Next, and in Ambon, I'm searching in a Googling that Ambon as well has specific patent include of sometime using the indigenous motif from indigenous people, from motif the indigenous house, the indigenous plant, pala, and also indigenous what is the gun, the gun, no gun, what senjata, what in bahasa is senjata, the traditional weapon, weapon include in the pattern of Ambon batik. Next. About the geographical indication registration, we have about 102,001. Is is big enough as well. That now we have about 121 registration of geographical indication product. That it is good one. That most is dominated by the registration from local product. That from 121 product of that only 15 is the registration from foreign, and the rest is about 106 product is from local, from local product. Next. So we can see that about the registration of geographical indication in Indonesia, that dominated by agriculture product is about 93 products, and about 13 product is non-agriculture. So that's why we have to develop the non-agricultural. Agricultural is given. We can just list it and then register to the Ministry of the Law and Human Rights. But for the non-agricultural, we have to develop. For instance, we have to develop about the batik, about songket, penun, about any handcraft that it has a special and have the unique characteristic that can be registered under geographical indication. And next. So in foreign registration, only 15. Yeah, champagne, Scotch whiskey, yeah, tequila, and yeah, some basmati as well here. Korea ginseng, yeah, registers as the geographical indication, yeah, from foreign product. Yeah, it is from foreign, but we can see that about 106, yeah, 106 is from local. It means that we have a great opportunity to give the economic return, economic benefit, yeah, from geographical indication registration. Next. And what about in Malukas? The Malukas has 5. Yeah, it's good that your area, Ambon and also Maluku, has about 5. Yeah, 5 registration. 4 is agricultural product and 1 is non-agricultural. That it is the tenun. I don't know it is tenun from where, but I believe it's look like there is tenun tanimbar, yeah, or perhaps other, because I believe that there are many tenun motif here. Yeah, not only from Tanimbar, but we can other. Yeah, we can just look at around here, which is the specific and characteristic product that it is from here. We have to develop that one. So next. So we have from agricultural, we have 4 in the Malukas. It is pala, yeah, pala from Halmahera, pala banda, yeah, pala banda. I have tried pala, yeah, manisan pala, the pala sweet, yeah, in the table. That is very, I like it so much because actually my brother-in-law is from Banda Naira, yeah, still. Yeah, we still I can sense of the Malukas, yeah, because I have the brother from Banda Naira. So Pala Banda, Cengkeh from Kimhara, and also nutmeg, yeah, from East Timor. It is also the specific geographical in Malukas. Next. And tenun ikat. Yeah, tenun ikat Tanimbar is also one of the. So you have to feel proud of the registration because now Maluku Ambon has 5 GI registration. Next. Okay, next perhaps it is the same one. The example, of the non-agricultural GI that register in the Ministry of Law and Human Rights, yeah. Then, but for batik, I cannot see that Malukas and also Ambon has registered the batik, and I cannot also find here batik as one of the GI product of the Malukas and Ambon, yeah. Only 3 batik, although we have given by UNESCO that batik is our cultural heritage, but it is, I feel sad, that only 3 registration of geographical indication on batik, only 3. Yeah, it is, for me, is sad actually, yeah. Only batik, sorry, back to only batik from Indramayu, from Bengkulu, and from Jogja. Yeah, so we have still opportunity to register batik Ambon for geographical indication, for instance. Okay, next. So we can protect batik under geographical indication as long as the batik craft has the reputation and quality, and also that it has the specific, and unique characteristic perhaps not only because of the pattern has specific based on the indigenous people culture and local wisdom, yeah, but also how to make the technique, the device, yeah, the device, the the water, yeah, perhaps the color, yeah, plan for coloring, etc. Yeah, many aspects that we can identify the uniqueness of the geographical indication for batik. Next, please. So about the benefit, perhaps I just skip this one because Professor David Dennis Price has already explained about the benefit. Next. But I would like but I would like to show the benefit of geographical indication branding is about to create the exotism, exotism and the scarcity of the product. What does it mean? If the geographical indication, once product is protected under this geographical indication, and it means that the product is premium. The product is premium, and it will result to the good price for the product. So we can add the economic value by creating the scarcity and the exoticness of the product when the product is protected under geographical indication. And next, and it will, I think, it will protect as well the traditional, the traditional motif of batik, the traditional tools for making batik, the traditional, perhaps there is ritual to make the batik, etc. We can see that it is like the protection from traditional, culture, and the end of the geographical indication protection actually is for economic development. Intellectual property, the goal, the ultimate goal of the intellectual property, including geographical indication, is to economic development, to give money. To give money to who? To the indigenous people who develop or who has product on traditional batik, for instance. So it will very good, for economic local development, for to give the economic value to the indigenous people, to masyarakat lokal, to local society here. So it will be very good. And when the product is under protection of geographical indication, it will make the investor to come to have to develop the industry related to batik, to attract tourism, etc. Many benefit of the geographical indication. And then next. But we have the challenge, many challenging. It is challenging, to protect geographical indication for unique, local product. One is registration, and second is to control the quality and the uniqueness of the product, and for the promotion and marketing. Okay, next. So for registration, to register geographical indication needs some, a very long process, to have geographical indication. We have to first to develop, to establish the geographical indication society, or the producer association, Pertama, kita harus mendirikan masyarakat perlindungan indikasi geografis, MPIG. for instance like that. Atau kita mendirikan gitu ya asosiasi produser, itu pertama. Yeah, so it is very difficult to sometimes to establish the society of the producer of the local product. Yeah, difficult, and then we have to make like the description of the geographical indication. It's also very difficult too. So the process of the geographical registration is very time consuming. Yeah, and sometimes it's also costly and need to the involvement of the wide range of the stakeholders and also the complicated procedure as well. Next. And about the monitoring and management and the protection of geographical indication will still given to the product as long as the product has the special quality or special characteristics. And it is the big challenge, yeah, big challenge, because geographical indication is a collective, yeah, collective asset, collective ownership, that it is collected by the society of geographical indication or the association of the producer or many. But we can see that the geographical indication is communal right, so difficult, yeah, to control and to use the geographical of the producer, including to maintain the quality of the product. Next. Yeah, we have also problem, not only because after registration we just not only stop. We still have many challenging, yeah, in managing the geographical indication. Yeah, after registration, it is not finished. Yeah, we still have other, yeah, stimulate the effort, yeah, to maintain the geographical. We have to, to have a promotion, marketing, yeah, but we have problem that most geographical indication is still producer cannot manage the, the geographical indication as their asset. They cannot adapt the marketing technique, and also they cannot control the supply, that it makes the price of the geographical product will be very, it's not good for the price strategy actually. Next. No, so for the strategy, we have to develop the involvement of the commitment of the stakeholder, yeah, including the local producer organization and also the government, the university, you as an academician here, academics, yeah, the involvement of the young generation, yeah, to be the part of geographical indication. Okay, how many time? Okay, it's finished. So just one, perhaps 5 minutes more. So we need to the policy and regulation, but before we have to, first we need to adapt like from India to have the digital library for geographical indication product for uniqueness, for a unique product in Indonesia. And then we have to develop the policy and regulation, and also to for local government to initiate the registration and to give the financial support. And we have to make the promotion and also to include the tourism investment in this strategy. Next. Okay, next, perhaps because the time for me is finished. Next, but I have one idea that we need to, one more, please, next. Next. Next, perhaps you can see next. Okay, it is my idea that here we need to develop for one village, one GI product. Perhaps it is, we can we can initiate, yeah, because for instance, we make the batik village because in Malaysia they have, yeah, Malaysia has batik village. Yeah, so we have to develop here in Ambon, batik village for Ambon, yeah, that it can be protected under geographical indication. Okay. So we can have like one village for, yeah, for Ambon, yeah, for what kayu, eucalyptus, yeah, eucalyptus oil, yeah, gula merah, yeah, one village for gula merah, something like that. So it is my idea that there are for the strategy. Okay, next, perhaps this one is not protected, yeah, under geographical indication. Here you have asar, you have gula merah, yeah. And next, mutiara, yeah. Ambon is famous as well for mutiara because my brother give the very good, yeah, very fine bird, yeah, from Ambon. Yeah, we have to develop this one too. Okay, next. Conclusion that we have the benefit of geographical branding actually is higher than the challenge. I show you about the challenge, but don't worry, that the benefit is is higher than the challenge, and the challenge can be solved by developing such strategies. Okay, thank you, because the time is finished for me. And very thank you for so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mas Rahma. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read the summary of Professor Mas Rahma presentation. Indikasi geografis adalah indikasi yang menunjukkan dari asal suatu produk, menunjukkan kualitas maupun reputasi. Begitu banyak potensi indikasi geografis di Indonesia, mulai dari beraneka motif batik hingga panganan lokal. Pendaftaran indikasi geografis di Indonesia didominasi oleh produk lokal. Indikasi geografis dilindungi selama memiliki karakteristik yang unik. Indikasi geografis membantu meningkatkan nilai jual suatu produk dan juga melindungi nilai tradisional suatu produk. Tantangan dari perlindungan indikasi geografis adalah membutuhkan proses yang sangat lama dalam pendaftarannya. Kemudian Indonesia juga harus punya suatu sistem dokumentasi digital library seperti yang dilakukan di India guna mendokumentasikan kekayaan-kekayaan alam Indonesia yang berpotensi untuk mendapatkan perlindungan indikasi geografis. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to our last speaker, Dr. Teng Berlianti. To Dr. Teng Berlianti, time is yours.
Selamat siang. Jadi saya gunakan bahasa Indonesia saja, ya. Selamat siang, peserta seminar yang saya hormati. Baik yang hadir secara daring maupun yang online, ya. Pertama saya mengucap syukur buat Tuhanku untuk kesempatan ini saya bisa membawakan materi tentang potensi indikasi geografis di Maluku. Nah, saudara-saudara, sebenarnya mata kuliah tentang, jadi ini potensi indikasi geografis ini dia ada di dalam mata kuliah hak kekayaan intelektual. Nantinya saudara akan dapat mata kuliah ini pada semester 6, ya. Namun tidak apa-apa saudara dibekali dari sekarang juga tidak apa-apa ya. Jadi salah satu bagian daripada hak kekayaan intelektual seperti tadi sudah dipaparkan oleh Prof. Rahma. Jadi hak kekayaan intelektual itu ada dua bagian besar, kemudian ada bagian-bagian kecil dari salah satu bagian yang besar itu. Nah saudara, kita pahami dulu apa itu indikasi geografis. Nah pengertian tentang indikasi geografis ini sendiri dia ada di dalam Undang-Undang 20 tahun 2016 tentang merek dan indikasi geografis. Khususnya diatur dalam pasal 1/6. Ya. Jadi indikasi geografis itu adalah suatu tanda yang menunjukkan daerah asal suatu barang dan atau produk yang karena faktor lingkungan geografis termasuk faktor alam dan manusia atau gabungan antara faktor alam dan faktor manusia yang memberikan reputasi dan karakteristik tertentu pada barang atau produk yang dihasilkan. Jadi harus punya karakteristik dan kualitas pada barang atau produk tersebut. Nah, tadi juga Prof. Rahmat sudah katakan bahwa Indonesia merupakan negara yang kaya akan hasil sumber daya alam. Sehingga memiliki berbagai produk indikasi geografis. Tersebar di daerah-daerah, termasuk kita di Maluku. Ya, tadi sudah sedikit dikemukakan oleh Prof. Rahmat. Baik, nah saudara, jadi kita punya potensi. Tetapi untuk mendapatkan perlindungan terhadap potensi-potensi ini, saudara, ini ada prinsip-prinsip ya, ada beberapa prinsip. Ya. Oke, jadi ada beberapa prinsip tentang perlindungan terhadap indikasi geografis. Ya, ada prinsip keadilan, prinsip ekonomi, prinsip kebudayaan, dan prinsip sosial. Ya, principle of justice, economic principle, culture, principle, social principle. Jadi ada 4 prinsip ini, saudara. Nah, kita lihat bahwa prinsip yang pertama tentang keadilan, adil. Ya, jadi adilkah suatu daerah yang dia penghasil seperti tadi Prof. Rahmat sudah katakan, ada kasus, beberapa kasus, saudara. Misalnya, kalau misalnya kita penghasil cengkih ataupun kita penghasil cakalang ya, saya kasih contoh saja, cakalang asar ya, atau ikan asar saja. Lalu ada dari daerah lain yang mengatakan, misalnya dari Manado, mengatakan bahwa cakalang asar, padahal di Manado itu lain, pasti ada spesifikasi atau karakteristik yang berbeda, ya. Tapi sebenarnya contoh yang paling jelas itu ada salah satu kasus, ya, kasus kopi Gayo, ya. Ya, kita semua tahu bahwa Gayo itu dia berasal dari Sumatera Utara ya, dari satu daerah di Sumatera Utara. Sedangkan ada perusahaan di Belanda yang mereka mendaftarkan kopinya itu dengan nama Gayo Mountain Coffee. Jadi mereka pakai istilah, tadi Prof. Rahma juga sudah singgung tentang satu daerah, mereka pakai nama daerah. Kayaknya disebut dengan Pala Banda, Tenun, Tanimbar, ya. Nah, itu bicara tentang keadilan. Jadi prinsip ini bicara tentang keadilan. Bagaimana keadaan geografi keadaan geografi satu daerah itu dia mempunyai ciri khas terhadap produk. Jadi adilnya itu kalau memang dia keluar dari daerah tersebut. Jadi bukan dari daerah lain yang menggunakan atau produsen dari negara lain atau daerah lain menggunakan produk yang asal dari daerah yang bukan atau dari daerah yang tidak termasuk dalam hal ini, saudara. Ya, kemudian prinsip keadilan ini mengatur hubungan yang adil antara pembuatan satu produk dengan persaingan yang sehat. Jadi kalau misalnya sudah didaftarkan satu produk, ya pasti pendaftar kita Indonesia menganut sistem pendaftar pertama. Siapa yang daftar pertama dia mendapat hak. Ya, first to fail. Indonesia menganut sistem pendaftar pertama. Jadi siapa yang mendaftar pertama dia dapat hak. Nah ini. Oke. Nah, prinsip keadilan ini diperoleh melalui pendaftaran. Jadi mesti daftar, ya. Oke. Kita lanjut ke prinsip yang berikutnya, prinsip ekonomi. Ya. Ini menjadi dasar perlindungan, saudara. Salah satu prinsip ini prinsip ekonomi. Ya. Kalau memangnya, jadi indikasi geografis itu berkaitan erat dengan nama daerah atau wilayah asal produk yang dihasilkan. Nah, ini akan meningkatkan perekonomian daerah suatu produk indikasi geografis yang dihasilkan. Kemudian, reputasi yang terbangun atas suatu produk indikasi geografis dapat dijadikan alat pemasaran produk sekaligus meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat penghasil secara berkelanjutan. Jadi saudara, kalau misalnya kita ke Tenun Tanimbar itu sudah terdaftar. Kalau kita ke Tanimbar, itu pasti kita cari oleh-oleh berupa tenun Tanimbar. Ya. Nah, kalau kita beli ataupun kita kasih oleh-oleh buat pihak yang lain dari tenun Tanimbar ini, maka dengan demikian masyarakat perlindungan atau MPIG ini mereka itu bersemangat untuk mengembangkan produk tersebut, bersemangat menenun, ya, sehingga produk itu dengan demikian nilai jual dari produk itu memberikan tingkat kesejahteraan bagi kehidupan ekonomi mereka. Yang berikutnya prinsip kebudayaan. Ya, kebiasaan masyarakat setempat dalam memproduksi suatu produk besar harapan untuk menarik perhatian masyarakat lokal maupun internasional agar dapat mengenal ragam budaya yang ada di Indonesia, sehingga selain produk indikasi geografis, kebudayaan juga menjadi daya tarik daerah tersebut. Saya tadi sudah dengar dari apa dikemukakan oleh Prof. Sambu. Saya takut salah sebut, ya, Prof. Sambu dari India. Ya, beliau itu mengatakan bicara tentang indikasi berbicara tentang pengetahuan tradisional. Ada tahu traditional knowledge, ya. Nah, orang bisa menenun ini juga karena pengetahuan tradisional. Nah, ini menjadi kebudayaan daripada satu masyarakat lokal. Baik, dan prinsip yang keempat atau terakhir adalah prinsip sosial, ya. Perlindungan indikasi geografis memiliki ciri khas perlindungan yang bersifat komunal. Makanya salah satu persyaratan untuk dibentuknya atau terdaftarnya indikasi geografis adalah terbentuknya masyarakat perlindungan indikasi geografis atau biasa disingkat MPIG. Nah, adanya produk indikasi geografis ini diharapkan agar masyarakat penghasil produk juga dapat bersama-sama mempertahankan karakteristik dan ciri khas dari produk tersebut. Iya. Kemudian itu bicara tentang prinsip-prinsip dalam perlindungan indikasi geografis. Tetapi saya punya judul kecil itu tentang peluang dan hambatan terhadap potensi indikasi geografis. Ya. Nah, saudara, kalau bicara tentang peluang itu saya kemukakan dua. Ya. Sistem pendaftaran. Jadi begini, Undang-Undang 20 tahun 2016 tentang merek dan indikasi geografis ini, dia sudah mengatur tentang sistem pendaftaran. Ya, di mana sistem pendaftaran ini sekarang dipermudah, jadi bisa secara online. Kalau dulu pendaftaran itu mestinya berangkat ke Jakarta, ke Dirjen Haki, mengurus dan sebagainya. Ya, dengan membawa berkas-berkas, pasti dokumen-dokumen lah. Tetapi sekarang saja bisa melalui online. Yang penting jaringannya baik. Ya. Kemudian biaya pendaftaran yang murah. Nah, biaya pendaftaran murah ini, pendaftaran indikasi geografi secara online itu 450.000. Murah. Itu biaya pendaftaran. Di samping itu kalau memang mestinya pendaftaran bukan secara online, misalnya harus berangkat, itu kan biaya besar. Biaya perjalanan orang yang mau bawa berkas. Ya, oke. Itu peluang yang sudah diberikan oleh undang-undang. Sekarang kita lihat hambatan. Ya, ada hambatan. Tadi Prof. Rahma bilang tantangan. Kalau saya ini hambatan. Nah, hambatan ini dia itu bisa datang dari pemerintah. Jadi ada peran pemerintah. Ya, saudara, untuk mendapat perlindungan hukum, adapun pihak-pihak yang berperan. Nah, pihak-pihak yang berperan ini kalau tidak berperan dengan baik, ini merupakan hambatan. Ya, hambatan yang pertama itu saya katakan dari atau peran pemerintah. Pemerintah tidak berperan berarti itu hambatan, ya. Kemudian yang kedua, kalau masyarakat tidak sadar itu juga merupakan hambatan. Dan yang ketiga, ya, yang ketiga adalah faktor administrasi. Ini juga merupakan hambatan, ya. Karena administrasinya cukup nanti akan kita bahas, tapi ada 3 faktor ini dulu, ya. Jadi hambatan yang pertama itu dari peran pemerintah. Kalau pemerintah itu pernah kami melakukan satu penelitian di salah satu daerah, saya tidak usah sebut ya, kami melakukan penelitian dari pemerintah daerah, dalam hal ini instansi yang kami temui, mereka itu tidak paham tentang indikasi perlindungan terhadap indikasi geografis. Mereka tidak paham. Ya. Kemudian mereka tidak paham. Ibu Desi, mungkin saya minta untuk tampilkan slide itu tuh, gambar-gambar dulu. Ya, bentar. Ya, sebentar ya, kita masuk ke gambar ini dulu. Ya, jadi kita di Maluku, saya bicara khusus di Maluku ya. Kita di Maluku itu ada indikasi geografis yang sudah terdaftar sehingga mendapat perlindungan hukum. Yang pertama, kain tenun Tanimbar, dan yang kedua, pala banda. Ini yang sudah terdaftar. Ya. Sedangkan yang ya, yang sementara proses pendaftaran itu ada 2, ya, salak merah riring dan pisang tongkal langit. Udah tahu tuh? Salak merah riring ini dari Seram, dan pisang tongkal langit itu Ambon, ya, saudara. Jadi ini dalam proses pendaftaran indikasi geografis. Iya, ini yang produk-produk yang indikasi. Jadi yang terindikasi, tetapi belum terdaftar. Yang terindikasi itu paling banyak. Tapi antara lain ya, tadi Prof. Rahma kasih minyak kayu putih merek lain. Sekarang ini ada minyak kayu putih Namlea. Ya, kita semua tahu banyak ya. Kita tahu pada umumnya minyak kayu putih itu memang ada dari berbagai daerah. Ada dari Biru, dari Buru, dari MBD, ada juga. Tetapi yang terbanyak menurut saya, sepengetahuan saya yang terbanyak itu dari Buru Namlea. Ya, lanjut Bu Desi. Bu Desi. Ya, ini embal dari tual. Ya, oke lanjut Bu Desi. Ya, ini cengkih tuni dari Buru Selatan. Lanjut Bu Desi. Ya, ini kain tenun Tanimbar. Nah, saudara, bukan Tanimbar, kain tenun Kisar. Jadi, saudara yang sudah terdaftar itu tenun Tanimbar ya, tetapi jadi kita di Maluku juga ada beberapa daerah yang menghasilkan tenun. Tapi saudara kalau perhatikan dia punya motif yang berbeda, dia punya spesifikasi, dia punya karakteristik yang berbeda. Ya, soal pewarnaan, soal motif itu berbeda, saudara. Nah, ini sementara kita dampingi mereka ya, MPIG dari Kisar untuk proses pendaftaran. Lanjut Bu Desi. Ya, ini ikan cakalang banda. Ikan kering ya, sebenarnya ikan cakalang banda yang sudah dikeringkan. Ini potensi juga. Lagi Bu Desi, habis. Oke, kemudian kayu manis banda dan terasi udang dobo. Saudara, terasi udang ini, oke, kayu manis yang banda punya spesifikasi aroma tersendiri dengan kayu manis dari tempat lain, misalnya Maluku Utara. Begitu juga dengan terasi dobo ini. Terasi dobo ini, terasi udang dobo ini kan dia beda dengan, jadi dia punya ciri khas tersendiri, dia beda dengan terasi misalnya dari pabrik-pabrik dari Jawa, saudara. Karena ini mereka juga buat dari ebi, udang kecil yang memang dihaluskan. Oke, Bu Desi, lanjut. Belum. Balik tadi. Iya. Jadi sebenarnya saudara kita lihat ke peran pemerintah. Sebenarnya di dalam pasal 70 Undang-Undang 20 tahun 2016 itu dia sudah menegaskan bahwa iya, dia sudah menegaskan bahwa pemerintah pusat maupun pemerintah daerah wajib, ini kata wajib ini aja, mewajibkan untuk melakukan kegiatan untuk melindungi indikasi geografis. Jadi ini sebenarnya sudah ada aturan yang menegaskan bahwa kewajiban pada pihak pemerintah pusat maupun pemerintah daerah untuk mendaftarkan indikasi geografis. Nah, tapi yang tadi saya singgung bahwa ada daerah tertentu yang pemerintah juga tidak paham tentang apa indikasi geografis. Lalu untuk mendaftarkan juga itu harus ada niat baik dari pemerintah, ya, untuk bagaimana mendaftarkan sehingga ini juga bisa menambah kesejahteraan daripada masyarakat. Perlindungan indikasi geografi itu sendiri, maupun juga sebenarnya income buat daerah, ya. Nah, kita lihat yang berikutnya tentang kesadaran, kendala dari kesadaran masyarakat ya, atau hambatan dari kesadaran masyarakat. Yang masyarakat itu banyak juga tidak paham ataupun belum paham, ya. Jadi saya kira ini juga perlu peran dari akademisi, peran dari saudara-saudara. Misalnya, jadi ada pembentukan pemerhati terhadap potensi indikasi geografis di mana Mungkin dari saudara-saudara bisa bentuk kelompok nanti untuk turun memberikan pemahaman-pemahaman kepada masyarakat. Yang cenderung ada potensi di situ. Jadi tidak turun begitu saja, tapi yang cenderung. Ya. Kemudian faktor administrasi yang saya katakan ini. Ya, karena pendaftaran indikasi geografis ini harus dibentuk, ada bentuk MPIG. Harus bentuk itu. Kemudian yang lebih rumit ini sebenarnya pembuatan buku ataupun dokumen deskripsi. Jadi dokumen deskripsi ini cukup tebal dan itu perlu pendampingan. Masyarakat atau MPIG sendiri belum bisa untuk membuatnya. Sedangkan ini menjadi persyaratan, untuk itu perlu pendampingan dari pihak-pihak yang lain yang paham tentang hal ini, akademisi ataupun saudara-saudara yang nanti menjadi pemerhati terhadap indikasi geografis ya, yang banyak di Maluku ini. Nah, ya, ya, ya. Pendaftaran indikasi geografis sangat penting dilakukan untuk melindungi produk unggul daerah. Ya, saya katakan produk unggul ya daerah ini sangat penting. Nah, hambatan yang dihadapi ini dari pihak pemerintah, dari pihak masyarakat dan secara administrasi. Untuk itu saya menghimbau saudara-saudara untuk mari bersama-sama kita memberikan pemahaman kepada masyarakat yang ada indikasi geografisnya, ya, yang ada potensi indikasi geografisnya. Baik saudara-saudara, saya ini singkat saja supaya ada waktu juga untuk tanya jawab. Terima kasih saudara, saya kembalikan ini buat moderator.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Teng Berlianti. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read the summary of Dr. Teng's presentation in English. We can find the regulation on Indonesia about geographical indication in Act number 20, year 2016. There are several principles to geographical indication protection in Indonesia. One of them is principle of justice, but in Indonesia has not yet fulfilled this principle. The characteristic of geographical indication protection is communal property. The obstacle of geographical indication is administration factor, community awareness, and the role of local government. The lack of knowledge about geographical indication causes the local government doesn't support the geographical indication registration, but on the contrary, based on our national regulation, the local government has an obligation to protect geographical indication at his area. We therefore should look for another way to help indigenous people to protect their own geographical indication. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in question and answer session for 20 minutes. Our rule is I will give the first opportunities to the offline participant who want to ask the question. In English or in Bahasa, is it possible? The second opportunities is for one online participant. It will alternate between offline and online participants. Please, for the offline participant who want to ask, mungkin panitia bisa dibantu dengan mic-nya. Please, before ask the question, introduce yourself, your name.
Terus. Baik, sebelumnya izinkan saya memperkenalkan nama menggunakan bahasa Indonesia dan memberikan pertanyaan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Soalnya perkenalkan, nama saya Sahril Wailisa. Saya selaku mahasiswa juga Fakultas Hukum Universitas Patimura semester 3. Di sini saya ingin memberikan sedikit pertanyaan. Pertanyaannya tertuju kepada narasumber atau pemateri terakhir yang memang membahas mengenai prinsip-prinsip. Itu ada 5 prinsip kalau tidak salah. Yang di sini saya pahami mengenai 2 prinsip, yaitu prinsip mengenai prinsip ekonomis dan prinsip keadilan. Nah, kalau kita kaji berdasarkan prinsip ekonomi dengan indikasi geografis, bahwasannya produk-produk atau sumber daya alam yang memang ada di provinsi kita, Provinsi Maluku merupakan sumber daya yang memang mempunyai pelimpahan atau mempunyai sumber daya yang melimpah. Salah satunya yaitu cengkeh, yang memang cengkeh sudah terkenal di mancanegara, yang merupakan salah satu rempah-rempah yang juga merupakan komoditas asli dari Provinsi Maluku. Nah, di sini yang ingin saya tanyakan bahwa kita sebagai anak dari Provinsi Maluku yang memang memiliki rempah-rempah yang banyak dan memang sudah terkenal di luar sana, di sini pemerintah tidak melihat, dan dari banyaknya rempah-rempah itu bisa menjadikan kita sebagai Provinsi Maluku menjadi provinsi yang memang akan kaya akan rempah-rempah. Tetapi dari sisi pemerintah melihat bahwasannya Provinsi Maluku merupakan provinsi yang ada di bawah urutan terendah dari urutan tertinggi kalau tidak salah dari kemiskinan.
Bisa singkat pertanyaannya langsung.
Nah, jadi inti dari pertanyaannya bagaimana peran pemerintah melihat permasalahan ini? Terima kasih.
Yeah. Please, Dr. Teng, you the question from Sahril, Law Faculty, related with economic and justice principle, how to protect our own potential geographical indication, for example, cengkeh.
Baik, terima kasih Saudara Syahril. Ya, saya betulkan ya, jadi 4 prinsip bukan 5. Ya, yang saya kemukakan tadi 4 prinsip. Ya, oke, Saudara melihat ini dari prinsip apa? Keadilan dan ekonomi ya, Saudara. Kalau bicara cengkeh, itu kan selain kita di Maluku ini banyak. Makanya kenapa dulu Belanda mereka datang jajah kita di sini, ya. Tujuan pertama kan ke cengkeh, ya. Tetapi daerah lain juga sudah menghasilkan cengkeh, Saudara. Ada dari Manado, cukup banyak, ya, Saudara. Tetapi, Saudara, saya katakan tadi bahwa punya karakteristik. Cengkeh asal dari Maluku punya karakteristik berbeda dengan cengkeh misalnya dari Manado. Ya, ada karakteristik. Ini karena pengaruh alam, faktor geografis, Saudara. Nah, soal kualitas itu kan soal pengujian di lab. Ini hasil dia tumbuh kan bukan produk pembuatan manusia, tetapi dia tumbuh hasil sumber daya alam yang dia tumbuh. Nah, Saudara, Saudara mau menanyakan tentang peran pemerintah. Ya, peran pemerintah. Makanya saya tadi ada salah satu contoh tentang yang terindikasi itu misalnya cengkeh tuni. Padahal cengkeh itu juga dari mana-mana. Di Pulau Ambon juga ada, di Seram juga ada, ya. Tapi Cengki Tuni yang mereka saya coba tampilkan. Tampilkan saja. Ini salah satu contoh yang terindikasi Cengki Tuni. Nah, saya bilang peran pemerintah tergantung. Nah, kalau Tuni itu dia masuk negeri mana ini sebenarnya? Ada yang tahu kah? Tuni itu dia masuk daerah mana? Kota Ambon atau ke Seram atau mana? Ini bukan dari Ambon semua kah? Tuni. Siapa orang gunung? Tidak ada. Waduh, ini pendatang semua ini. Tidak ada orang-orang gunung. Satu PR buat saudara-saudara. Saya tidak ada orang gunung di sini. Waduh. Iya. Ya, jadi ini Tuni ini satu daerah di bagian pegunungan. Kita di Pulau Ambon ini, saudara. Nah, tapi ini saya cuma coba tampilkan saja. Tapi Cengki ini kan juga ada dari Seram, ya. Oke, ada dari Tulehu, ada, ya. Oke. Tetapi ini salah satu contohnya. Misalnya kalau dari Tuni, ini kan Tuni ini masuk Maluku, kota mana nih? Dia masuk kabupaten atau kota? Kota. Berarti itu harus ada inisiatif dari peran pemerintah kota. Saudara. Peran pemerintah kota. Apakah mereka juga paham? Saya kasih contoh saja, saya ini pernah mencoba ke kantor ya Balai Kota Madya. Saya bicara tentang bagaimana tentang Gandaria. Tapi lama-lama juga saya pikir Gandaria ini juga semua punah. Sudah kurang. Ya. Ini sebenarnya terindikasi sebenarnya itu termasuk Gandaria, saudara. Tetapi mereka tidak tanggapi. Jadi ini peran aktif pemerintah penting, pemerintah daerah, pemerintah kabupaten atau kota. Peran, mereka punya kesadaran. Karena dari sisi ekonomi ini juga memberikan pendapatan bagi pihak-pihak ataupun MPIG. Ya. Oke, saudara. Jadi itu saudara Sahril. Jadi itu peran aktif pemerintah ya, saudara. Itu penting. Kalau pemerintah tidak aktif, perannya juga yang saya bilang ada yang mereka tidak paham. Ada yang tidak tahu. Kita pernah punya satu penelitian di salah satu daerah dan kita bicara tentang indikasi geografi, ada yang mereka tidak paham. Ya, semoga saudara-saudara menjadi calon-calon yang bisa membawa pemahaman yang baik kalau duduk di birokrasi ataupun juga jadi pemerhati, saudara. Baik, terima kasih, Bu.
Prof. Mas Rahmat, please.
Mungkin menambahkan tadi ya pertanyaan, meskipun bukan untuk saya, tapi tergelitik juga untuk menambahkan gitu ya. Jadi peran pemerintah untuk indikasi geografis ini seperti apa? Nah, tadi sudah saya sampaikan di slide sebenarnya ya, bahwa di salah satu peran dari pemerintah itu pertama pemerintah bisa mendaftarkan. Ya, jadi tidak harus menunggu masyarakat terbentuknya asosiasi produser dari tadi cengkeh ya, ataupun dari masyarakat perlindungan indikasi geografis. Bisa juga langsung pemerintah melakukan pendaftaran karena itu dimungkinkan. Di Undang-Undang Merek, Undang-Undang Nomor 20 tahun Undang-Undang Merek dan Indikasi Geografis ya, Undang-Undang Nomor 20 tahun 2016 itu di pasal 53 ayat 3 itu dikatakan bahwa pemerintah punya eligible gitu ya, bahwa pemerintah bisa mendaftarkan indikasi geografis yang ada di wilayahnya. Nah, ini yang kemudian menjadi menarik ya, bahwa kalau kemudian ketika kemudian masyarakat merasa berhak gitu ya, pemerintah juga ingin mendaftarkan, ini akan nanti menjadi konflik. Nah itu yang pertama. Tapi tentu itu tadi bahwa masyarakat yang harus diutamakan kalau memang mereka berinisiasi untuk mendaftarkan indikasi geografis. Tetapi dimungkinkan bahwa pemerintah daerah bisa mendaftarkan. Itu yang pertama. Inisiasi yang kedua bahwa apa sih perannya? Yang pertama tadi harusnya pemerintah juga mengembangkan tadi seperti yang di India. Mengembangkan tentang tradisional digital library ya seperti database gitu ya, database tentang kekayaan indikasi kekayaan daerah ya, produk-produk unggulan daerah yang itu nanti bisa diproteksi oleh pemerintah gitu melalui indikasi geografis. Itu identifikasi yang pertama ya melalui database tadi. Kemudian baru tadi dilakukan registrasi. Mau registrasinya mau pemerintah sendiri yang melakukan registrasi atau tadi ya menginisiasi agar terbentuk masyarakat indikasi geografis ya untuk cengkeh yang akan mendaftarkan indikasi geografis tersebut. Ya, kemudian yang terakhir, yang berikutnya ya tidak berhenti pada seperti yang saya sampaikan. Kita tidak berhenti hanya pada registrasi atau pendaftaran. Ya, perlu juga dilakukan setelah registrasi itu adalah untuk memaintain, ya, untuk memelihara, mempunyai quality control ya pada kualitas produk atau keunggulan dari produk itu, kekhasan dari produk, keunikan produk. Karena apa di undang-undang merek dan indikasi geografis disebutkan bahwa perlindungan indikasi geografis itu tetap akan diberikan sepanjang kualitas atau ciri khas dari produk itu masih ada. Ya, jadi misalkan di suatu pala ya, pala banda ini kita melihat kan ciri khasnya adalah pada dia rasanya kan ada seperti kayak saya menurut saya merasa itu seneng banget ya sama pala ini ada rasa kayak eukaliptus juga gitu ya. Kita merasa ada seperti kayak putih ya ketika makan. Makanya ini kalau orang-orang Jawa yang kena COVID itu makan ini banyak yang sembuh ya. Makan banda yang segar itu. Itu salah satunya bahwa karakteristik itu harus tetap ada. Kalau itu nggak ada ya nggak akan habis ya perlindungan indikasi geografis. Sehingga penting untuk tetap memanage kualitas dari suatu produk indikasi geografis oleh pemerintah. Caranya apa? Ada standar ya untuk mengontrol tersebut. Ada peraturannya dan seterusnya. Yang itu tentu kemudian akan tetap memelihara. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah bahwa dilakukan promosi dan marketing. Kita nggak bisa bilang kalau indikasi geografis itu perlindungannya lebih baik produk itu diekspor. Ya karena apa? Kalau indikasi geografis secara teori begitu suatu produk dilindungi indikasi geografis, maka produk itu akan nilainya naik menjadi 300%. Yaitu teori penelitiannya seperti itu. 300% itu akan naik harganya. Nah itu kalau tidak diekspor kan malah konsumen lokal kan nggak bisa beli kalau itu harganya menjadi lebih mahal. Gitu ya. Seperti gayo, ya kopi gayo, kemudian Kitamani, Toraja dan seterusnya itu kan mahal ya. Nah itu kalau diekspor memberikan devisa bagi kita. Nah itu tantangannya bagaimana pemerintah untuk bisa mengembangkan promosi marketing itu sampai ekspor. Jangan hanya di Indonesia saja ya, kita ekspor karena ini sudah mendunia gitu ya. Itu tantangan untuk kita membuat jaringan market gitu ya sampai ekspor. Kemudian juga pemerintah perlu juga untuk mengembangkan pariwisata berbasis indikasi geografis. Jadi orang yang datang ke sini, misalkan tadi yang disampaikan oleh Buteng tadi kan, bahwa kalau orang ke Tanibar itu kan datangnya untuk dapatkan apa? Oleh-olehnya kan dapat ini apa? Tenun ya. Nah itu kita kembangkan pariwisata berbasis indikasi geografis. Tadi juga dikembangkan one village one product. Satu daerah itu satu produk indikasi geografis kalau mungkin gitu ya. Kalau memang ada seperti itu kita kembangkan keunikan dari produk itu untuk menarik. Nanti ada village ya, batik village, nanti tenun ikat village ya. Terus minyak kayu putih village dan seterusnya. Itu perlu dikembangkan seperti itu. Jadi tourism, marketing itu perlu. Jadi banyak sekali tugas. Yang tentu juga tidak hanya dibebankan ke pemerintah daerah, kita juga perlu membantu juga pemerintah daerah gitu ya. Demikian tambahan saya. Terima kasih.
Well, thank you to Dr. Teng Perianti and Prof. Mas Rahma for the answer. And Now, from the online, we have one questioner, and Prof. Sambu has answered it, but Prof. David Price, Prof. David, if you don't mind, could you add another answer, please?
Now, was this the question in Q&A?
Yeah, answer. The question is from Mutiara. Say, as my name is Mutiara Maulani, in case of indigenous people, some of the indigenous people feel or think that GIs, it doesn't even benefit them. Maybe because the desire for the product is only limited to their community or other factors. What is a good and solutive way so that we can convince indigenous people that GIs is a tool that can be valuable to indigenous people? If you don't mind, could you add another answer, please, Prof. David?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. Thank you very much. It's a good question, and it does illustrate one of the issues with geographical indications being used by local groups to protect their cultural heritage. We don't think anyone would be interested. Well, who would have thought that, you know, painting designs on a little piece of fabric would be of interest to people outside a community because they're their own designs? But in some respects, that's batik, isn't it? And that's a global phenomenon. Batik has a reputation worldwide and warrants to be protected. Part of the issue there is convincing them that perhaps they're wrong. Perhaps there is indeed an interest elsewhere outside that community. Now, we are finding that in Australia, for example, with products or things that come from the Indigenous communities and the First Nations people of Australia. Suddenly, everyone wants Aboriginal designs. And designs are different from whatever region a particular tribal community comes from. They're all different. There's great demand for them. They warrant being protected. They can be protected by trademarks, but they can also be protected by geographical indications because the designs are region specific because they're part of the community tribal heritage. I'm disappointed to hear that some Indigenous peoples might think that, because I think they're not really exploiting the opportunities for them. As I said in my talk, there might be some reason that they don't want to exploit, such as customary reasons. Some designs might be important or sacred, but I don't think they should feel that their products are only for them or they're the only people interested in them, because I don't think that's the case. I'm sure it's not the case. I'll give you another example, which I don't think is protected as a geographical indication, but I think could be worth investigating. Who would have thought that a coffee bean eaten by a tree cat, a civet cat, and then dropped on the ground would be of great interest? And you know what I'm talking about, don't you? Kopi Luwak. Now, Kopi Luwak is reputedly one of the most expensive coffees in the world. But according to some experts, there's 10 times the amount of Kopi Luwak on the market that can be produced by all the cats in Indonesia. What does that mean? It's being exploited. And its warrants being protected to protect its unique rural character. So I think it'd be great to see the thinking change dramatically from, I don't think my little product from my little community or village would be of interest to anyone else, to change that around to saying, whatever I have, let's be positive, I think we can interest people elsewhere in it. And more often than not, their view, I think other people outside my community or my region or my province or my country would be interested in it. Quite often turns out to be correct. And this is a emerging pattern, not only in Australia from First Nations people, but First Nations elsewhere in the world. So I'm convinced, there's two examples I'll go. I'm convinced there's a great future. It requires a lot of work. It requires money. It requires education. And that's where local governments come into the picture and provincial governments and national governments come in. But I think it should be encouraged because I think they'd be surprised at the potential of what they are producing in the open market, in the global market. Did I answer the question?
Thank you, Prof. David Price. Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize, but this is the end of our Q&A session. I do apologize for the questioner who can't ask the question because the limitation of the time. We have to end the Q&A session. To all the speakers, Prof. David Price, Prof. Sambu, Prof. Mas Rahma, and Dr. Teng Berlianti, I would like to say thank you very much for the availability. And
thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Prof. David. Thank you,
And
Prof.
thank you,
Sambu.
Professor Price, for your inputs. It was enlightening.
Thank you, Prof.
Thanks.
And now we are back to the Master of Ceremony. To the MC, time and place is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. And also, I would like to say a personal thank you to the seminar speakers and also to Dr. Teresia Narwadan. Thank you so much for leading us throughout the seminar. We couldn't have done it without you. And now, as a token of our appreciation for your time and valuable contribution, I invite the Dean of the Law Faculty, Dr. Rory Jeff Akuen SH Home, to kindly present a memento in the form of a placard to the seminar speakers, which soon will be followed by Mr. Yoshi Hetaria to be giving them out certificates to the seminar speakers. To Dr. Akuen.
Kalau kita punya plakat, di kameranya lah, kamera. Ini cepat dong. Ini apa? Selfie dulu, selfie. Panitia kita, aduh ini lambat panitia. Udah lapar lagi.
Kami mengundang Bapak Dekan dengan para ketua panitia dan Bapak Ibu tamu undangan untuk sesi foto bersama. To the online seminar speakers, it will be known that your certificates will be sent by the committee. Thank you so much for your contribution and for your time. We thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the online participants, the certificate that you will receive, it will be sent by a link through the WhatsApp group. And then for the offline participants, you can scan the QR code on the table right by the exit to get to get the certificate that you wanted. Okay, you can just scan the barcode that's on here. Either you wanted to scan it right here or right by the table. It's up to you. Just know that when you scan it, you will receive your certificate. Now, as a closing, ladies and gentlemen, may we thank you so much for your active participation and making this event a memorable one. Thank you so much, and please have a safe journey home. Goodbye, and God bless you all.
Bye, everybody.
Good.
Prof. David?
Yes, Dr. Teresa, how are you?
Yes, you can leave and I will deliver the certificate by
Yes.
email for you.
Yeah.
See you soon.
Yep. Yeah, look, we'll exchange emails, but we got there in the end, didn't we?
Sure.
We had a few little challenges at the beginning, but we overcame those, and it was a good seminar. Thank you very much. And now you can relax.
Bapak Ibu. Ya. Saya lihat. Satu, tiga.